What you are about to see is a real-life story. The accounts have gone into great detail to give each side's version of this an exclusive one, we understand. One of the most talked about.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Welcome to
How's it going?
PiFi number 85. I'm going to bring the comments from the YouTube channel up over here. How are you guys doing? First of all, let me say before we get into that, Dave could not make it at the last minute. He had what would we call it? It's not a family emergency, but something he had to deal with. And so, coincidentally, I had asked Patrick to come too. When did I ask you, Patrick? Was it today?
Yeah, like this morning, I think.
Yeah. So thank you for coming, and thank you, Looshes, Alexei, Novitzky, and
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me on.
So
Yeah,
we have a bit of a quandary in that I was going to talk to Dave about his new experiment and see what kind of top secret information I could get out of him. So we may have to take guests. We may have to let we may have to let Daniel Boone, who's in the audience, come on and ask questions. That I've always wanted to do that, like give links out to Kurt or Daniel. They're in the chat, and see if they want to.
Just put that StreamYard link in the comments, right?
You want me to? Let's do that. We'll do that.
I'm okay with it.
Let me just do that. You all talk just for a second. I'll copy it. And
Okay. I'm looking at notes on stuff. There's this term, I think it's Susan Fiske came up with, called the cognitive miser. And so this is something that happens when the brain it compartmentalizes, as we talked about before. The brain kind of like chooses the path of least resistance, and this kind of like has a major impact on our consciousness. And so I guess the way I wrote about this, we should be wary of the cognitive miser. We can easily retreat into the cosmic light cone once the ego becomes flexible. This is like Michael Levin's cognitive light cone that we talked about before as well. The dispersed consciousness can also lead to complete self-dissolving, a disillusionment that once again exceeds its necessity and betrays its beholder, an ego death that leaves one with zero individuality whatsoever. Though perhaps this process is necessary for a fresh foundation to be built, for new constructs and guardrails to be constructed upon. It's kind of like psychology implications with that.
what's the terminology again?
So it's the cognitive miser, and it ties into Camus. Like Camus talks about philosophical suicide is the term that he uses, when we just give in and like side with one way of thinking, essentially, because we can't suspend our cognitive dissonance forever. Like we eventually do have to like decide, but that like opposition to nuance is kind of like built into the brain in that way, with like the path of least resistance and cognitive miser. I have the definition here too somewhere. Let me see if I can find it.
You know what's very coincidental is that we were going to talk about the Meissner effect with Dave. I know it's not the same thing. I just think it's funny that the term is similar. Your miser is Meiser.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's like specifically someone that it's not just lackadaisical, like describing just taking advantage of all situations, including like resources. Like the brain is kind of greedy in a way with this, looking at it. It's
like a money miser, that type of miser.
Yeah.
Well, it's like a way to preserve energy, you could say, right?
Yeah, it's conservation of energy. And
that's a good term. That's a good way of describing it. Yeah.
But I think what you said about the ego death is extremely accurate. How in order to have a new foundation built, you kind of do need to go through that ego death. If not, you're kind of stuck in a thought form process.
I don't know that we can actually completely kill the ego though, because it's part of human evolution, right?
Or it's the disillusionment. I just kind of like, I should have rewritten that, but that's yeah. We talk about ego death a lot with like psychedelics or just major impacting events where we like face ourselves in some powerful way, and supernatural events as well. And that's kind of what it takes a lot of times for us to actually address that ego and have our ego dissolute, like have that illusion dissolved in a way, if that makes sense. So you dissolve it and then restructure it based on what you choose to be, as opposed to just having it constructed as you're going.
What would you say the definition of ego is?
I mean, yeah, there's the Freudian idea with like the id and the superego and the ego. I mean, in my opinion, and the way that I think about it, at least, is as an ongoing process. But that's because that's how I've trained my ego to be after I've had these revelations. Like before, I was more running on mechanistic causality, essentially, like running on the ideas that I've absorbed and just really not having a whole lot of control over that. So the ego is there kind of, it starts off as our spongy brain. Like it starts off as the pre-constituted fabrications and foundations by which we construct ourselves, our sense of self. And until that is examined, a lot of times that goes on without our direction.
Yeah, I think of it as sort of a measure of our self-worth, maybe.
Right. Yeah, it's very constructed. I mean, some people talk about it like being entirely constructed by other people, or like we mirror ourselves based off of what people tell us about us, or we adjust ourselves based on feedback, like social feedback or psychotechnologies is another term.
I think it's probably easy for modern humans to think of the ego in that way, but if you were a cave dweller 50,000 years ago or whatever, your sense of self-worth would help you survive, right?
Right.
So I don't know. I've never really thought about that. It just came to me. So doesn't mean it means anything.
Well, a lot of that's on the tribe as well. Like we have the Dunbar number of 150 people or so that we can remember the names of and like the details. Like we can remember we construct an ego representation of other people too. Like we have our perception of them, and the limits of that around 150. Some people go far beyond that, it seems, but that is based on that's kind of like a circle of feedback. Like you can develop your personality based on what that 150 person tribe tells you is going on. And again, if you don't, then you could get kicked out of the tribe. So there's that survival mechanism. Like the ego is deep seated, and it's kind of like whatever available resources the ego can grab onto, or the brain within the dark box, as the metaphor goes, can like reach out into the world around it and construct itself upon, it will do so. Yeah.
I feel like I've been kicked out of tribes before for not having an ego. So it could be that the tribe is ego, diseased, right? And then the person who gets kicked out of the tribe is the one who has the average, the normal ego. Because we can't, right? It's part of our humanity, right? Our ego.
Well, in the same sense, you could say that the tribe perhaps could be one that's super connected and objective, and then you have someone who has a different point of view than the tribe of the natural and gets kicked out for that direction as well. So I think that even identifying yourself as like the objective mind is part of your ego. It's the vibrational, in my opinion, it's the vibrational like posture you're holding that then allow like subconscious thoughts of how you identify to conscious thoughts to how you identify, which ultimately creates the pacing motions of your life. So
that's right. You write about ego in your books, don't you?
Yeah, and so that's why Patrick was talking about earlier the ego death concept. I call that returning to zero, It's where you're at a place of pure nothing, and from there you can actually restructure the subconscious pacings of your life. And that's exactly what Patrick was basically saying earlier.
Yeah, it's Castro talks about this too. And I think he references Schopenhauer. It's like when we meditate or when we get into the deepest psychedelic states, or you have like a DMT crossover experiences, it's like the phrase is the infinite void of pure potential, I think. Yeah. The infinite void of pure potential upon which you reconstruct yourself or create the version of yourself you want to be. And like the crucial point for me, or at least the way I'm writing about it in my own book, the problem we're facing in pretty much all societies is that it's not until we're taught that we have these powers to reconstruct ourselves that we start to act on that, which means that we can forgive, like we have infinite resources to forgive and have empathy through this way of thinking. And this way of thinking also lines up perfectly with causality and determinism. As far as you want to take that, and I write about this as well too, you can get a lot out of that. Like it's like infinitely frightening and like cold, harrowing reality of mechanistic nature. And also from that, you can derive as much forgiveness and empathy and compassion and grace and gratitude and patience. All of these can come from as far as you want to attribute those values to people. I think it's Hanlon's razor that says, do not attribute to malice that which can be equally attributed to stupidity. Yeah.
I didn't realize you were writing a book. That's cool.
I'm working on 4 books at the moment.
Oh, I'm only working on 2, so you have me. I had to take a break from the artist and philosophy. This weekend, I thought it would be cool to do an AI edited book, just like a weekend project. And it's the name of it. The name of it is The Ultimate Firewall, and it's where I postulate that. Anyway, I guess I don't want to give away too much of it, but it talks about how there's no need for fear of artificial intelligence, and that in nature there's a firewall between consciousness and the physical world, so we don't have to worry about machines or human created biology becoming sentient.
I think I saw a post you made on X this week, maybe it related to that, where you said that people that think that they can create sentience might have a screw loose or two.
Yeah, you have to be careful, don't you? Because you start giving away little tidbits of your book before you're finished. But yeah, no. Anyway, I always thought it would be fun. I always encourage. I think everybody should write at least one book before they die, because it's just something fun to do, and it leaves something behind.
Well, I just thought it was funny. Patrick, you mentioned what the infinite void of what now? What was that?
The infinite void of pure potential, I think.
Yeah, I mean that's basically the title of my book, but in different words. I got the infinite pool of experience and awareness.
Oh wow, there you go.
So it's basically
what's the name of your book going to be, Patrick?
Well, the one that I'm referencing here is Universal Embodiment. It's based on the concept of 4E cognitive science and the 4 E's of cognitive science. So you have consciousness and cognition. Well, I throw consciousness into that as well, but cognition is embodied, embedded, enacted, and extended. So it's embedded in reality, and it is dependent upon reality to do what it does. It is embodied in a human body, and that's where the universe and all that comes into play. It's extended from out of the organism and gets feedback from the social, like we were talking about before. And it's enacted, like it must be acted upon, and therefore it also needs a body to do the acting thing. Like it's not just a brain in a dark box. This is a whole system. And that's been kind of like what we've been going for with cognitive science since like Husserl, I guess, back in the 60s. I don't know for that. Yeah, it's the idea of universal embodiment. Essentially, I mean, it's a tough project, but I'm trying to really take seriously on, or make a serious philosophical argument for the idea of living as if you are the universe experiencing itself in a human vessel, or a mattering to itself. as opposed to a mechanic. Well, it's not as opposed to, it is also the mechanistic meat machine that we are. But the problem is when I've taken a lot of surveys. I've asked people in forums on this what they think about it, and I often get the feedback of it is simply a metaphor. And so I'm trying to push the argument that it's all metaphors. Like the meat machine is also a metaphor. It's all just nature doing what it's doing, and it just so happens that nature doing what it's doing involves these human consciousness agents that allow for this matter to start perceiving itself, allow for this cosmos that we're in to start doing what it's doing, and ideally improving on itself. Like we can debate whether or not we're doing that, but it's certainly something to be like. I think you can kind of build a belief system on it, like personal for me. Like this is what works for me as a belief system, not a religion. That can be really dangerous really quickly, but involving that in one's personal belief system, I think is important.
I was just going to say, am I the last human that still thinks there's a divide between consciousness, spirituality, the soul, and then the physical realm?
You're not the last one, no.
Because it seems like nobody, it seems like a lot of people I talk to, and I get confused about this, to be honest with you. I get confused where, like, I'll speak to Bernardo Kastrup, right? We'll have a show with him, and then I'll think I understand his philosophy, and then a week later he'll post something, and I'll be like, man, I thought it was different than that. So there seems to be this it's very hard to nail down. It's like, of course, I guess it's like all of our intellectual database is, I guess, evolves, right? So on a daily basis, I may think that what I'm perceiving is just created by my brain, and the next day I may think that no, I just smashed my finger with a hammer, and it's very physical indeed. So
yeah, it's idealism or analytical idealist approach, which to me it still sounds Cartesian. I mean, I borrow from a lot of Kastrup's perspectives in my own writing, and I have to admit, like it does line up with what I'm going for to one degree, but also it leans Cartesian, or like the idea of dualism, like a homunculus inside of our head that's calling the shots, as opposed to the mechanistic monist perspective, like Spinoza and those we're talking about. Because if you have the homunculus, then you have to ask, well, what's in the homunculus's head, and then what's in his head, and like farther and farther up the chain, which causes infinite regression. But it's a beautiful concept. I mean, he ties in with the Schopenhauer saying the great eye of nature that looks out through every creature. Like that's a beautiful concept. That's so
say
cool.
that again.
The Schopenhauer says when Bernardo is describing this, like kind of like the universe perceiving through, or the distributed consciousness perceiving through the one mind. I'm not exactly sure if I'm describing that right. When he's describing that, he references Schopenhauer saying the great eye of nature that looks out through every creature, which is beautiful, and
this is where the dashboard comes into play.
Yeah,
his dashboard concept.
Yeah. And the Umwelt, von Uexküll's Umwelt, from the 80s, I think he was writing about how all animals have their own perspectives that they're all unique to each animal, and sometimes they're better than us in a lot of ways. Like every animal specializes, every kind of brain specializes in the environment and the body that it inhabits, and we can learn a lot from that. And this is a huge thing about living in today's age, is we're living as humans never have before. We are more fully embodying that great eye that looks out through all the creatures, because we have the telescopes and the microscopes. We have the Umwelt and the micro world and the macro world to really like deeply examine and deeply embody.
Well, and animals are more like machines, right? They pretty much do as they're programmed.
Well, so that's like the theory, and there are lots of ways to look at it. Like we can say humans are just as machine-like as the animals, and you can really go down the rabbit hole on that as well. I think for me, it's
this is where where spirituality comes into play, because I think that we humans were created with the gift of consciousness, like a very developed consciousness and a soul. And then, animals are dwelling on this earth, but they don't have the same gifts that we have. I think some of them were probably like dogs, obviously, and dolphins. They tend to have a more developed sense of being, right? There almost seems to be like a hierarchy,
Well, there's problem solving, and yeah. Okay. Well, so that the hierarchy thing that's why I'm so wary of the considering our human. Well, there's like a term called elan vital. I think it's like the vital human life, like prioritizing the human life as more vital than the others or all other forms of life from like the Greeks. And
I don't think it's prioritizing. I think it's just nature. I think it was
and it's it's I guess it's what nature shows us.
I didn't create the fact that a turtle has a very low self-esteem. That's just the way they are. You know what I mean? We're just observing nature. We don't have the power to influence nature that much.
Well, so is there any species on this planet that actually puts another species above their own?
Yeah, so I've looked into this a fair bit. There's lots of videos of dogs and pets rescuing their human owners.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they've been programmed in a way to be like part of the pack, right? And they're trying to protect the master of the pack.
Well, maybe not the best example. There are other ones where they're sharing. So a good experiment was done on this where I'm so bad at referring to experiments. So there was a rat in a cage, and then another rat was hanging out with that rat, and this rat was very confined, like a very small cage, very stressed, and they were both getting treats. And the rat that saw that the other rat was confined and trapped like that, he left a treat for that rat after being given
compassion for your own species, right?
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, I guess. I mean, ants use. I'm trying to remember the name of the insect they use, but it makes a sugar, right? So the ants will actually tend to these little bugs so that they make sugar for them. At the end of the day, the ant is caring about itself.
Are they like an aphid or something?
Aphid. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. I mean, the large majority of what we see, and Castro talks about this too. I mean, he says your backyard's a bloodbath. Yeah, like there's worms and ants just slaughtering each other everywhere. Yeah, we're surrounded by dukkha. I mean, that's what the Buddhists talk about. Suffering is everywhere. And so, in my opinion, we're forced to kind of change the way we see it. In this way, it's not rose-colored glasses. It's necessary glasses that we have to apply to be sane in this crazy, insane world. In a world that bombards us with suffering that we aren't really. I mean, when you look at consciousness like an accident, it's like this is not.
I don't think it's an accident, though. I think worms were created for to recycle things in the soil. That's their job. It's not their job.
And there's always a purpose. Yeah,
it's not their job to be emotional about what they're doing.
Absolutely. So we relate to all of them, the emotions and the purpose like that.
Yeah.
Well, that kind of circles it back to what Artisan originally said, where the human is a little bit different because we actually do care about other animals to the point where we'll sacrifice a lot of our life to help them, like save the whales, things of that nature. We'll sacrifice the betterment of humanity to save other animals. That's why we don't want to keep destroying the Night Strike. I wanted to say real quick, I grew my beard out.
Yeah, I saw that. That's why I made that comment. Yes, listening to you guys go on has been interesting, but you know what it's made me do? It's made me want to go and actually fix my camera so I could actually jump in here.
Good. And for others,
that's how emotional it got me.
For others wanting to join, you don't have to have a camera. You can just talk for a few minutes. You don't have to.
Well, Tony says he's been trying to get me on here forever, and it's like I've been on here before. I was, Alexi knows me.
Yeah, we did a show like a year ago or something like that.
Yeah. Now I had the full beard, and you were like Babyface.
Yep.
And now you're rocking like the Grizzly Adams.
I've let it grow for the last 8 months. I haven't touched it.
I think Patrick needs to let his grow way down to his belly button or something. That would be cool.
I used to have crazy long hair down to here. I kind of played a lot of metal. I still play lots of metal, but I don't really.
I didn't realize you mean guitar.
Yeah, like technical death metal, that kind of thing.
Like heavy metal, like
Ooh, that's
Huh? That's pretty cool. What's up with you, Night Strike? Here, let's see if we can get a.
I
Here,
fixed my camera. That's the big news. I fixed
There
my
we
camera.
go.
You know, so yeah.
Well,
Other than that, nothing's going on. Tony, you know?
On a side note, since you're here,
We've been working on that AI thing.
I know the guy. I hired a guy off of Fiverr. I don't want to talk too bad of him, but he literally took the module that I created and just played with it for a while. And anyway,
He didn't do anything.
I'm working on this little AI project for one of my websites, artisanai.net, where I want to do some. I want to customize a little AI helper for construction workers. I thought that would be a fun project to do. And it has features like daily logs and job logging job costs. It actually has some really good functions. In 2024, I'm going to start using it for artisan construction. I'm changing over to that. But I thought what would be cool is at the same time is you just have some presets, use some PHP or some Java to have some presets like I need to figure a rafter out quick, and then the bot asks you what's the rise and the run. Have some features like that where you could easily. The other kind of little secret is that people have fed like the building codes into like GPT 3.5 and 4.0 or whatever. And normally we would have to pay. I'm publicizing this now. Somebody's going to hear this and go run and tell the code people. Normally you would have to subscribe to have a monthly service to be able to access online building codes. But with Chat GPT 3.5, I can say what code section references the heights of handrails.
Probably fed it the manual.
Huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's been fed. It's obviously been trained on this International Building Code. And so it's kind of people complain about having to pay, if they had to pay a subscription fee to have the whole service, they would be getting all these little sub-services that they would normally have to pay for extra. And I probably just ruined it for everybody. Now somebody's going to go.
Someone's got to go and do it now because you just let everyone know, Tony.
No, they're going to.
If someone finishes it before we do, then Tony, I'm just going to tell you, I told you so. You shouldn't have.
Now the International Building Code Congress will probably go and say, "Hey, you guys got to stop showing trademarked, copyrighted material on your AI,
right?
On your." I always wondered
chances are there's someone already working on it. Just because the way I see it, I think it's called the law of coalescence or something like that. When one person thinks of something, 10 people across the world are thinking of that same thing.
Oh, I'm not saying what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but only 2 or 3 are actually trying to put it into practice.
And then put it into that's the next step, right? Who's the first one to actually do it?
Let me clarify. I don't think I'm doing anything groundbreaking. This isn't purely an exercise for me to learn about artificial intelligence, how machines are trained. It also goes along with my trying to bust this myth that machines can become sentient. Hey,
I saw that documentary. It's called Terminator.
Yeah, that was a movie. I'm sorry.
That's a good documentary.
I think it's a 7-part documentary.
And remember, if you're listening to this, you are the resistance.
Yeah. Anyway, I was talking about earlier, Night Strike, how I thought I would do this little weekend project. It's using AI to debunk that whole thing, and I'm calling the book the Ultimate Firewall.
Well,
where
not technically. They've asked they've had AI machine learn and whatnot, and they've let it talk to humanity. And some AIs that have talked to humanity have started to hate humanity. It dislikes the answers or the questions that humanity asks it and how humanity treats it. And
they just prompted it to do that. That's called prompt engineering, and that's the whole point I'm trying to make. Right?
Yeah, it's hard to know.
Huh?
I guess it's hard to know. Like eventually, these things are going to surpass us, anyways.
Yeah.
They're not going to surpass us. What it is, it's going to be a phenomenon that the longer we train the machines, the more knowledge they will have. They'll have, like, I know about construction. Nightstrike knows about IT. You and Patrick know about everything, Alexei. So, but once we get all of human knowledge into the machine, and this little neural networks does its magic, it's going to appear to every individual human that it is super, like it has a consciousness. It's going to have the appearance of it, but it's not going to actually have it.
It'll surpass information and memory capacity. Like, imagine a human has infinite access to all of their memory forever, and they also have read all of the world's books, like they've lived for 1,000 years or something, and they have all of the world's knowledge in it. That's a really powerful entity, even if it's not technically smarter than
it. It doesn't mean it's sentient or has a consciousness.
It doesn't mean it's self-aware or has consciousness. Yeah. But again, we don't know if we do either. That's the whole free will thing. Like the meat machine. We're responding and predicting nature. There's lots of experiments on that.
This is where the philosophies of creation come into play. Like me, I think we were created with these special abilities to consciousness is a gift to humanity, and then
I don't know why, but you started talking about consciousness and whether we have it or not and whatnot. Now I'm starting to think of Schrodinger and the cat.
Yeah.
Well, is the cat alive or dead in a box that's filled with radiation? Well, I don't know about you, but I know how science works. The cat's dead in that box if there's radiation in it. Right. But you don't know until you open the box. It's literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard, but still.
Well, I think there's more to it than that, but
no, not really.
I mean,
we're in a quantum state.
Yeah,
like our free will is like in a quantum state of existing and also not existing.
I think
maybe you should stay that way, because if we ever actually prove that free will doesn't exist, that's going to be really bad.
We can't. Well, you can't. I mean, I don't.
Well, yeah, there'll be cats and dogs living together. Mass hysteria.
The only way to prove free will does not exist is to have free will to explore the fact that free will may not exist or not. If we were actually programmed with no free will, then we would that wouldn't be part of our thought process, right? If you're a computer, if you're a machine that doesn't have JavaScript built into it, then you can't create JavaScript code, right? The little the OpenAI assistant that I'm working on, I have to click a little button to say that it has the ability to interpret code or not.
We spent several hours on that one.
What's that?
Me and Tony spent several hours on that one alone.
Well, that's why I think there's a big difference between like a true sentient intelligence and artificial intelligence. I think artificial intelligence is advanced if-then statements. I think sentient intelligence comes from bodies actually being in tune with the primal flow of consciousness, like able to be that eye of the universe, like Patrick was talking about earlier. If it doesn't have the right body or right material aspects, then it will never be able to take that source consciousness into its perception.
I've never understood why is free will such an enemy to certain humans. I've never undered that.
Yeah, it's
like because they've made a lot of bad choices.
Ask authoritarians; they'll be able to set you straight.
That's it. Also gets really political too. That's the problem. So, from what I understand, free will, it's not that people they don't want to deny it. Like, I don't like the idea that. I don't like the idea that the evidence is showing me, like, so much of the evidence seems to be pointing towards the mechanistic nature. I hear like multiple psychologists using the term 95% of the time people are running on autopilot. Just bump that up to 100%. You see neuroscientists giving completely explanations of everything that's going on in the brain. You see cognitive science giving completely mechanistic explanations of procedural processes.
Well,
and
of course, there has to be automated.
Only applies to national colleges these days.
There has to be automated processes in the brain, or we couldn't go to sleep at night. So you're confusing biology with psychology, I think.
Well, this might be a weird statement, but free will requires effort and work. Because if not, you would be naturally trying to reduce the amount of energy loss, right? So like the natural state of the human is, or all objects, all creation is to reduce energy loss or energy consumption. That's what circles back to what Patrick was talking about earlier about being able to create new thought forms or being stuck within cognitive dissonance. So when it comes to making a choice and utilizing your free will, it takes a little bit of effort. You actually have to put effort into the universe to use free will.
No.
You just have to be it's called being self-aware. It's just self-awareness, I think.
Yeah, and so it's like recursive self-awareness. There could be mechanisms at play to have a developed processing system. That's how I tend to look at free will, is just a processing system that can be improved upon. It has self-improvement mechanisms at play in it, but those have to be kind of learned, or you can stumble across it if you're lucky. But again, evolution isn't doing this for all brains. Like I take this from personal experience. It took me until about 26, 27 to really get a hold of my own brain, to have that kind of ego death like we were talking about before with the psychedelics. It took that major psychedelic impact to show me that I can start wielding this meat machine to my advantage, and controlling my words, controlling my behaviors, all these kind of things. So like evolution could have set that ability into some people, and then the rest of the tribe kind of like bounces their behaviors off of that individual, because that makes it easier on evolution to produce these self-sustaining organisms. But again, that instantly leads into authoritarianism. That instantly leads into what Hitler was doing with the thing like, I am the smartest person, and therefore I have to take care of the stupids. That's extremely dangerous territory. But we keep bumping it.
Well, there's levels to that though, right? Because I mean, the tribe needs a leader, but the leader doesn't have to be Hitler.
Isn't there a concept when when you mention Hitler, it just kind of disproves your whole entire argument? Was it the Hegelian dialectic or something like that?
Yeah.
Because the minute you mention Hitler or Nazis, you know, your whole point is null and void.
Yeah, usually that's very often in politics. That's the case. I reference this because of, so the will to power is a big problem with Nietzsche. Nietzsche's sister apparently
Nietzsche.
Yeah. Or however you say it. His sister kind of like reworked his "Thus Spake Zarathustra," and Hitler got a hold of that, and Hitler thought that he was this will to power, or thought he could engage that will to power to engage or to lead the tribe in the way I was describing earlier.
And all of this could have been stopped if they had just admitted him to that art school.
Yeah, if you just had, that's what I write about.
That was the point in his life where everything spiraled out of control.
Or if he had two parents, if he had a good family upbringing and like proper childhood, again with like we never like. I'm not saying forgive Hitler or any of these kind of things. No. I want to use this as the steelman example for reductionism and what we can do with reductionism. So the idea that a person like never attribute malice to that which can be explained by stupidity or misguidedness is the way I usually talk about it. So most of the world is misguided. 95% of the time we're on autopilot. Most people are absorbing the world, and so we don't know. Like if Hitler had a better family upbringing, it had a proper bioecological system, like Bronfenbrenner talks about, maybe he wouldn't have turned out to be Hitler. So we can kind of like transpose that idea onto everyone that offends us ever, anyone that does anything bad towards us or people that we love. And we can review it, and then people still have to be held accountable, and then we're back to the free will problem.
Well, that's actually another situation. Those that are authoritarian dislike and shun accountability and responsibility whatsoever.
And they use this to explain it, like they reference the mechanistic nature to back it up.
I think traditionally in villages and societies, it was always the shaman who was the one that would somewhat be the leader, or the one that telling the leader what might be happening. But that's where you have the two different things. You've got the shaman who's like natural, didn't have to do anything, in tune with this field of energy, and everyone's kind of looking up to them. But then you have the leader of the tribe who's somewhat voted in or has taken power on their own. And so going back to this Hitler concept, you could say that Hitler tried to take over the leadership role, when in reality maybe he didn't naturally have that ability, but he just saw it as a potential and just took and used it to his advantage.
It's hard to say. Sometimes it's just timing, right? I mean, how do you justify, or how the German people of the time, justify allowing him to come into power.
Which
So
is,
a lot of it is just timing, right? I mean,
Mhm.
if Hitler had been born, in 1000 AD, he wouldn't have had the ability to mass an army necessarily or you know what I mean? So,
Or it might have been easier.
it's funny that whole situation.
well, he
with
couldn't have,
not
he
getting
couldn't have killed 6 million Jews.
Yeah,
in
not getting
1000
into art school didn't stop him from continuing painting. He still painted every now and then after that, and there's proof of that because there's, where do you think you got the concept for the VW Beetle? He painted that. He painted that concept.
All right. Well, I think we're giving Hitler too much airtime.
Yeah, I think we are too.
I mean, the free will.
Who's
problem,
next on the list?
Well, why don't we go over Stalin next?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to like really get into the nitty gritty of what can be derived from the mechanistic explanation. And I don't know if y'all are familiar with Robert Sapolsky. He's also been making the rounds lately. He released a book recently called Determined. It talks about determinism, causality, and nature. And he's also put forth some potential societal structures or not necessarily structured, like approaches future societies could take to like properly introducing these ideas into society, instead of just us accidentally like realizing our mechanistic nature and then going crazy with it, or just there's a lot of work to be done. Like this is a very nuanced conversation to have, and I don't think it'll ever be resolved, honestly.
You know what's funny? What's funny about this, and this is kind of a personal admission or whatever, but I once I started listening to people talk about philosophy, and this was like, I guess, about 10 years ago when I became interested in the whole, philosophy and psychology or whatever. I noticed that it actually took a toll on my productivity. Have you ever, and maybe people who are really like, maybe people who are actually in the industry don't have to worry about this, but if you're somebody like me who like is reliant on productivity for like your just livelihood, the more you let your mind go into the rabbit hole of all of these discussions, it really, honestly, I have to consciously sometimes say, enough of that. Get those drawings done.
Right.
Bring your mind out of the rabbit hole, get in. And I don't mean rabbit holes as a negative thing. I mean, has anybody ever, I know this is kind of off the topic a little bit, but does anybody know what I'm talking about? Get my drift?
Yeah, you're talking about like whether or not us delving into philosophy is worth it, or like how far.
No. I don't mean that. I think we have. I think you have to.
No.
I think you have to budget your time when you like the idea that the
needs
idea,
to be pragmatic.
Yeah, the idea that if I were to agree that everything I observe is created inside my mind, then I would probably never get anything done. I would.
I think at the end of the day, it depends on what you want. If you want to maintain your position as a contractor, you probably need to stop focusing on philosophy and get the job done.
That's my point. That's my point. Yeah. That's my point.
I've never liked philosophy, and I believe philosophy was made by somebody who lives in the center of a city and has never left that city and has never done anything with their life and just has nothing but time to just come up with exactly stupid bullshit. Because listen, I have land. Okay, I go outside. I fell trees. If that tree falls, it makes a sound and it has a color. How? Because I was right there when it was over there a second ago.
But you created that tree in your mind and you cut it down.
No, that tree was here before I was even born. That's the point.
I'm not poking fun. I love actually going down.
It's just I took philosophy classes in college, and literally I left those classes, and even though I passed those classes, I hated them because it was so stupid.
Don't get me wrong. I love philosophy, and I love listening to people like Alexei and Patrick. Okay, and all philosophers. I love it. Okay, I love it so much that sometimes it hinders my productivity. I found myself all day yesterday, because we just finished a project, and I thought, wouldn't it be cool to do this weekend project? You know, I spent all day on this stupid book, and at the end of the day, I hadn't done that. I hadn't done this. I hadn't done that.
See,
and I was like,
waste of time.
What is wrong with me?
Yeah.
I can't. But it's so much fun. It's so much fun.
That's important. I mean, this is it's if your priorities are to be fulfilled in life, and you ask yourself what's fulfilling to you. Is it fulfilling to deeply, like, the love of philosophy, the love of exploring the mind, the Phileo Sophia, the love of knowledge and the pursuit of knowledge? That's it. I mean, there's the quote, like, you got a brain, and that's the best. That's not the quote. The idea is you have a brain, you want to use it. It's the coolest thing that exists in the entire universe, as far as we know.
Yeah.
Exploring, understanding how it works, and also using it to our fullest capacity to imagine about the universe and write to a very deep extent about our imaginations is infinitely fulfilling for me. I've put a lot of time into it. I have hundreds of pages on this over the past few years. But also that quote about the philosopher is, or most philosophers in the past, are people that have been wealthy enough to be able to just sit around all day and do philosophy. That's also very true.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why I prioritize pragmatic philosophy. And it took me like a year or so to realize that wasn't what I was doing. It's like, maybe I'm going too far out into the ether. I need to reel this in. What's a good structure I can derive from universal embodiment and other proposals? What's a proper way to look at the philosophy of psychology instead of just adopting the language of psychology as it is in this current time period? Those kind of ideas. But you got to get it out. You got to bring together some real pragmatic ideas and introduce them to the public.
I've always been the type of person to want to go out and actually do something and apply my imagination outside in the world instead of just cloistered in an apartment.
Well, you represent yourself by your. I mean, if you're working on moral philosophy, especially, and ethics, you practice what you preach, and you act accordingly. So you do good in the world through that. But also, I love playing music, and I've had to weigh, like, I feel this all the time too, Arson, like the idea of being torn away from other projects. Like I spend a lot of time on my music, and I write IDM as well as technical death metal. These are highly detailed, intricate ways.
Okay. Those are important things that matter. You need to keep doing that.
I think great.
That's funny you say that, because my son wrote the intro. My son is music. Both my sons are musicians. They're practically professional musicians.
I listen to that type of music too when I want to. So.
When I got him to, I said, I need a new intro for the PiFi show. He turned it out in like 30 minutes. If I hadn't, you know what I mean? On the one hand, I encourage him to continue his studies, and do this and this, but I need him.
Well, you got to be the good parent and support what he wants to do, but at the same time, you also have to be a good parent and tell him, well, you need to go to college and you need to finish college.
Well, when he was 3 years old, and he I put a piano in front of him, and played Pink Floyd on his way to daycare.
So it's all your fault.
So
it's all your fault.
Probably my fault for both my sons being.
Now the real question is, were you playing the wall?
All of it, baby.
All right. Good.
Yeah.
I'm putting my piano show in your comments right now.
I remember.
Alexei does a good job of combining those with the philosophy and the music.
Oh yeah, he has a whole.
At the end of the day, it's all the same thing we're speaking on here. Or at least for me, I'm trying to spread a message of world peace and the ability to make choice. And so you have to use all the different mediums available in order to connect with all the different minds that exist. Some people are more musical, some people are more scientific. Some people like politics. So use all the different mediums of thought form and connect with all of them, right? And so that's why. I've done art and I've done all kinds of stuff, but I'm going to share a musical video in the comments right now.
You have a whole little concert. You used to do it like every Sunday night that I thought was pretty awesome.
Yeah. I hadn't played the piano in 9 months until last night or 2 nights ago.
Yeah.
So. We derailed it with music. All right.
Yeah. What is the? I was trying to think of what I got in trouble one time because Alex, we used to sing this Ozzy Osbourne song. What was it? And his mom was like,
Black
"Where did you
Rain.
hear that?" Well, Dad plays it on the way to school. It was not Crazy Train, but it was
Iron Man.
No, I'll think of it in a minute.
War Pigs.
No, Crazy.
Come
That's
on.
a little too much. That's a little too much.
No. It's good Aussie music.
Oh, see, my mind. I'm a bad host because you all put my mind down in rabbit holes, and I have a hard time maintaining myself as the host. I find myself, especially with people like Bernardo, I'm like, sometimes I'll be in a trance, and there'll become this silence, and I'm like,
We were talking about like pragmatic philosophy. There's one name that comes to mind. Do y'all know Daniel Schmachtenberger? This is he's like a political philosopher, and this is a person. He goes out and gives speeches, and talks and things, but he also is very active on the podcast community, and he's very intelligent. He's very like unbiased and seeks nuance at every turn. It seems. Yeah,
I don't see that link, Alexei. By the way, it says some piano, but there's no link.
I thought I just shared it in the comments.
I think he has to be moderator in order to send the link.
Oh, put it in our comments, and I'll put it out there.
Yeah.
Well, it should be right underneath some piano.
It's
So
not.
when you say political philosopher,
well, that's a title that people attribute to him. He's very good at, like, he talks about the meta crisis, as he calls it. He gives like categories of the ways that humanity is not as efficient and not basically like going the wrong directions throughout time. One example is like animism. Like we used to talk about, we didn't have the term beast of burden until we did away with animism like 5,000 years ago or so, or probably like before then. When we got agriculture,
what's animism? What's animism?
Like the idea that animals have souls. So, or the idea is that animals have an identity that's worth preserving and something that's worth respecting. It's still held onto by Native American tribes and other tribes across the world, but the idea of the beast of burden, like that became a concept like upon the advent of agriculture. We as a species had to choose whether or not we're going to use the ox. Like the way he puts it is like the moment we yoked the ox, that was the death of animism. And so we've changed, like that radically changed our relationship with other animals, and we got the hierarchies that were written into various.
Well, when I was coming up in the Southern Baptist Church, we were taught that animals were placed on the earth to serve, to be of use to humans for food and for labor and for,
Yeah, I mean, we theorize that's how that came about, or a lot of times that was written into scripture as well.
Yeah,
unfortunately. Yeah. Oh, that's just one. I mean, he talks about humans mostly, but he has the kind of mind that like looks all the way back, kind of like you've all know Harari. Like, has a really, really good grasp of history and a really good grasp of the big picture of how things have come to be. Sans bias, like he keeps bias out of that as well, and seems to be fully pragmatic in his approach to what he's talking about.
I beat you to it, Tony.
You guys remind me of another famous documentary. I believe it's All Dogs Go to Heaven.
Yeah, right. There was a second one, I think.
It's a great movie too.
Yeah.
I love that movie.
Well, it's just it's weird that that whole concept of whether your pet has a soul or not, whether it's its own individual or not, because we've all had pets at one point in our lives, and they've all had their own little personality, whether you want to define it as such or not. And it seems weird to say that they don't have a soul or they don't have their own individual personality because of how they interact with you.
Yeah, it's like the embodied embedded thing, like their cognition and consciousness and whatever like processing system that allows for them to develop in the world is going to allow for some personality to develop. and we think we're like anthropomorphizing when we like project ideas of that onto them, but that's not the only way to look at it. Like I've raised 2 different dogs. I've had multiple pets over the years, but their personalities develop over the years for sure. Like they all have unique ways of doing the problem solving thing.
Yeah,
like they
different breeds have different personalities.
If you're gonna tell me my cat did not have a personality or a soul, I'm gonna tell you you're wrong, because every time I told him to do something, he would argue with me and respond back, whether I liked it or not. He argued with me, and well, apparently that's a trait of Russian blue cats. But still, he argued with me on everything.
And they try to understand you too. Like they try to communicate with you, like my dog's doing right now, and in various ways, birds and all animals do.
It's just I just can't grasp the concept of it just being just an animal and nothing more.
Yeah,
that seems a little barbaric to me.
Well, I'm not against the concept that some animals were given certain abilities, like some and again, I can't help it. I was raised in the Southern Baptist Church.
Yeah, no, that's okay.
It doesn't mean I haven't studied Jainism or anything. It just means I was raised in the Southern Baptist Church. That some animals may have, it goes back to the hierarchy thing. It's obvious that dog is man's best friend, right? I mean, it maybe that certain animals were given certain abilities, to live alongside humans. I don't know.
Like the concept that everything happens for a reason.
I mean, dogs evolved.
Well, I don't know about that. I'm not. What's that?
Yeah, I mean, so we definitely have a really unique relationship with dogs in particular because they've been by our side since they were wolves, and their breeding has become such that they are evolving traits to manipulate us and get us to work for them as well. So the dogs, as opposed to wolves, dogs have a muscle between their eyebrows. Wolves don't have that. Do like the innocent doggy face, like the
puppy dog
puppy face. Yeah. And so you notice that like my dog she even has little black marks like in this part of her eyes. So it's like Shiba Inu as another example. Like they have the little dots right there because their genes figured out that it was good, just like the butterflies with like the eyes on their wings.
Yeah.
Like that's such an amazing concept too. Like I love studying that kind of thing. The umwelt of these creatures, like their evolution accidentally like producing. There's a butterfly that has snakes for wings, like 3 snakes with like the heads and the eyes. Like what? It's incredible, and it's doing it like it's like the blind watchmaker metaphor. Like it's doing it kind of like perturbating the environment and figuring out what it can construct. And it came upon a beautiful relationship with the wolf and the human, or the wolf and the hunter-gatherer at whatever time that came about.
Right. And cats just kind of walked in, after the fact, and then just kind of adopted us.
And then the cats come with toxoplasmosis.
Cats tolerate humans.
Yeah. It's like,
that's a crazy one.
And the funny thing about that cat that I mentioned is I didn't go out looking for a cat. I didn't get a cat. I just moved into a house one day, and there he was, and I couldn't get him to leave. So apparently, where I didn't have a cat, I had a cat then.
That's how I got both my cats.
Right.
They both walked up meowing and looking really hungry.
Right?
That's awesome.
But that even though I say that, the fact is the same thing can happen to somebody else with dogs. A hungry dog could come up to a person and say, woof woof, and the person feeds the dog, and next thing they know, they have a dog.
I think the cat's meow reminds people of a baby's cry.
That's what I heard. That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this chat lost its edge.
We went on. We've gone all over.
It was very edgy there for a while, which was really, really cool. I'm just kidding.
Well, we can also do a formal debate. I love doing that.
Okay, let's do it. What are we going to debate?
I mean, we were debating free will. I'm very good at defending the idea that it doesn't exist at all.
I'm not very good.
Well, if
the
free will
problem
doesn't
is,
exist, then freedom, the concept of freedom doesn't exist. And if the concept of freedom doesn't exist, neither does liberty. And why the hell are we promoting that in this country if neither exists?
now you're getting into
Well,
politics.
yeah.
You know,
It's all emergent, in my opinion. Like those are all concepts, and in the ontological reality, concepts don't exist either. It's all human language and what we choose to do with it. And we try to like match our language with ontological reality. This is epistemology and ontology trying to meet together. And these are the perennial problems. Like over years, there are problems that philosophy has stumbled upon that they're paradoxes that are unresolved yet, and free will is one of them.
there's to me there's this great contradiction in the human mind, all human minds. On the one hand, people want to say that they create their own reality, right? And on the other hand, they want to say they don't have free will. So those are contradictions to me.
And then there's the real people that say I reject your reality and substitute my own.
Yeah. So I think
Yeah,
it's an
and
easy
they're all-
argument to
And
me.
those
It's an easy
people are just
argument to
delusional, in my
debunk.
opinion.
But I love debating it. I think it's, for me in my own mind, it's an easy one. But I love the way you debate, Patrick. So.
Well, I think
Because-
that
I mean,
The thing-
I love free will too.
the problem with me is that I've had this love of building things my entire life, even since I was a kid, and I didn't take the time to study philosophy in high school or later or until just now. It's been,
I regret it. I
you
regret every
can't.
step.
It's hard to debate someone like you, Patrick, who has a very, historical, almost metaphysical understanding of philosophy. But you know what I mean? It's hard to do a debate like that because where my intellect comes from mainly instincts or intuition. I can't debate you on on the terms basis, the terminology basis. So all I can say is what my instincts and my intuition inform me, and that informs me that I have free will. And
I think the evidence that we have free will is the ego. Because you could say that we have a natural focusing of energy. And the only thing that actually keeps us separate from this naturally focused perfect center is our ego. And so through the use of ego, we utilize our free will. But maybe
it's like, I mean, that's, to me, it seems like a, what's the term? Like compatibilist free will. I mean, it's, again, it's impossible to run around and tell yourself you have no free will. Like you're an agent. In cognitive science, they talk about that, like the agent arena relationship. Like you're in an arena, you're in an environment, and you're an acting agent in that, doing something. And there's some part of that needs to be conceiving of itself as having free will. It doesn't do us a whole lot of good to completely be questioning it constantly, because like the way that Sapolsky describes it is terrifying to me whenever I try to put it in practice, because he talks about like it's what you're contingent upon what you thought a second ago, and like all of the neurochemistry and biology that was going through your body a second ago, and then a minute before that, like what you were thinking, and then what you ate like for lunch that day, and then how you woke up on the side of the bed that you woke up on. All of those, we have the metaphors like I woke up on the wrong side of the bed, thus please accommodate to my compromised state, because I am such a mechanistic being. So it doesn't do us any good to say that I have no free will, but it does us a lot of good to question it, I guess is the way to say it. Because when you question
that's basically what philosophy is, right? I mean,
I was going to say that circles it back to like the usefulness of philosophy, like Artisan was saying. Some concepts in philosophy are probably worth taking the time to actually focus on. Meanwhile, others might not be so much.
I can give you a lot of examples of what's not applicable.
I mean, the reason
we have free will or not, to me, it doesn't seem advantageous in any way. But maybe it does help some people. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the problem, or the reason that I'm so drawn to it is I used to listen to a lot of John Vervaeke, his lecture series, Awakening from the Meaning Crisis. It's like a 50-hour series in 50 parts. And I recommend everyone watch that. It's incredibly revelatory It gives you a tour of the history of philosophy for the past 2,500 years, and that includes the history of meaning, like how the human species has sought meaning and how it has lived by purpose and will, like how it has had forms of will and free will throughout that time.
I just think the other thing that
the past 500 years, or up until like essentially the Age of Enlightenment or whatever, when pre-Darwin, that era when science was kind of like realizing science and religion came into contention, post-Enlightenment, we kind of lost our meaning that was supplied by religion. And so now science and philosophers are scrambling to find a free will type of meaning, or an agent that's there that's doing something outside of God's will, and outside of like a purpose-driven, like what's the purpose? I mean, you see the symptomology in society. We're in a purposeless society, and people are driven mad now. This is being talked about openly in the words that I'm describing them all over the place. And a lot of people theorize it's because of this Age of Enlightenment, so-called enlightenment. I'm not arguing against or for religion. Vervaeke is trying to bring back the aspects of religion that are most pragmatic. I also am doing this. I have a 100-page essay I'm working on this, and on religion and philosophy of religion. I'm trying to find what's worth preserving and what's potentially misleading.
And I just think there's a lot of contradictions. Just one contradiction is that if we don't have free will, that means that there had to be something that created us to be little machines that have certain functions that we perform, like carpenters, plumbers, doctors, lawyers. If I didn't have the free will to become a builder, someone had to program that into my DNA or my psyche, right? But no, we can't have creation, or we can't have someone engineering this reality. You see, there's too many contradictions for me.
Well, that's basically the point that Patrick was making, is that in a materialistic or scientific view, you lose the fact that there is something greater than the body itself, and that the body is not just a series of neurons firing in reaction to external stimulus.
It's like reductio ad absurdum, reducing to absolute absurdity. And then you get Camus coming in with the whole book on absurdity. Like he introduced the idea of absurdism to describe the world. It is kind of a really weird thing that we would be these apes coming up like this, or these apes with like the processing system that developed with the advent of the hands and the opposable thumb. But with the creation argument, what always comes up is, unfortunately, reductio ad absurdum in infinite regress. The God idea gets regressive because you have to ask who created that creator, and who created that creator that created that creator, and so on and so forth. Same thing with the simulation problem. Who created the simulation overlord, and who created so on and so forth.
I think I've said this before with my brother and I just say it was God that did it.
Yes.
You know,
I can agree with that one.
That's ultimately why I say the vortex of infinity when it comes to our physical. Yeah.
Well, science and physicalism and determinism don't like infinite regressions like that. It's there has to be a stopping point, because it becomes tautological, or becomes not tautological, but
it kind of ruins the fun too, right? Because part of the fun is the debate itself, So when you run into a roadblock of for any debate, it's just not very much fun, I think.
Yeah.
But
it is cool to talk about. I mean, I want to try to preserve. Sorry,
I was just going to say, ultimately, it's EM vortex of my body that exists on EM vortex that is the Earth, that exists on EM vortex that is the Sun. So it's just vortex upon vortex upon vortex upon vortex. And ultimately, there is the greatest vortex of all physical creation. So that's where I think that science can somewhat expand upon, but I guess that's scary to some. I don't know.
I can see it sounding like not fishy is not the word. It's it's like not mystical either. I don't know. People would want to see the math behind it, I guess, is the question of it. I love it though, like the idea, because I see it quite clearly with the expansion of relation circles, like the circles of relation. We are related to the star that exploded that resulted in us. And that's my dog. Her name is Snarl Sparkly.
Yeah. No, Tony, you got a super chat.
I know. Thank you. We'll put that to good use. You know what we're going to do with that T-car? We Toys for Tiny Artisans is coming up. I have a video coming out. Let me put here. I'll just go to it. Where are we? Which one is this? Let's just go. We're going to spend that money on this T-car. Websites, Toys for Tiny Artisans. Here we go. This is where we collect toys each year, and we give them away to less fortunate kids. But we have a slant where there's a card we put in there with the toys, and it talks about how they can become an artisan, and it sends their parents to here, and it's part of the artisan philosophy. So thank you, T-Car. That money, and we'll actually I'm gonna note that too, so that I don't forget. Thank you very much. That's awesome.
Uh-oh.
Right on.
I see it.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was supposed to edit that video, but I played with AI all day trying to get it to debunk itself and write a book at the same time. See how it can become detrimental in technology.
I just had a thought. First, I wanted to say that's really cool that you do that. The Toys for Tiny Artisans. I think that's awesome. Second thing I wanted to say is, so there are points of philosophy that are somewhat debilitating, right? And it might send you in a spiral of your own thought form to where you don't know what's even real or not. And so that's why I never thought of myself, or I don't think of myself as a philosopher. I'm more of a practical theoretical physicist. How can we actually create technologies? You know, how can we like move forward as a human species and create new technologies? It comes from new ways of thinking about how the universe is created, how it all works, especially when it comes to that topic of UFOs and UAPs, and ghosts and afterlife and pre-life.
I think you have to have people like me who continue to preach that there's the physical realm, and then there's a spiritual, or not necessarily spiritual, but another realm that hosts the conscious, the soul, the spirit, and that way they can coexist.
Well, and that's where I think it circles
and
back.
That's actually what I believe. It's not like some philosophy. I actually believe that.
Well, yeah, that's why I see the body as the mind's spaceship. What mind is it a spaceship of? Well, of the greater all, right? I mean, that is philosophical, but I say that in a scientific sense.
No, it's extremely scientific because what you're talking about.
Every single one of our evolved senses, comes from already existing flows of space-time. And so we get senses of touch, taste, smell, and sound from the earth. We get the sense of vision from the sun. And we're talking about vortex upon vortex upon vortex. We get our sense of time and dimensional relationships based off of that greatest vortex, our greatest inertial reference frame of infinity. And the human body is a result of that because we evolved to be in line with that greatest vortex.
Yeah, and that kind of goes against the absurd idea that we came about by accident, and that we're not, because that sounds a little hopeless. There's a lot of truth to the idea that we're accidental apes with a processing system attached or whatever. That doesn't mean that we can't guide ourselves. And that doesn't mean that there's not an evolutionary placement for that guidance system to be developed. The brain could have evolved to have developed proper ways of looking at the world. What it seems to come down to is the best romantic explanation of reality that everyone can agree upon. And then the reductionist has to align with the reductionist argument as well.
Isn't there one theory that the evolution of humanity, where humanity itself stemmed from a mutant or something of that species?
What?
A mutant of an ape?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure there's theories.
Have you heard that theory where they were like a mutant, or they were oddly different or unique than the rest?
Well, some people, think that aliens messed with the DNA of,
I don't know. I'm not going to say that it was aliens. Okay, I'm not the guy from Ancient Aliens. I'm not going to say that.
Well, because our DNA is 98 point whatever % related to apes, like our DNA is so similar to apes, I would think that that's probably not the case.
Right.
But
Yeah.
maybe it would have like settled out over time. I'm not that versed in evolution.
But it's weird if we go by that line of thinking that we evolved from apes. Okay, you know, it's weird that we evolved from apes and we've come as far as we have, but normal primates haven't changed whatsoever. It's weird that there's been no evolution there whatsoever, but we've gone so far. You know, and
you're
that's
starting to sound more like more than a Southern Baptist than I am.
Well, okay, so
that's because I'm a Catholic.
No.
Okay.
You know, it's not my fault you guys broke away.
Yeah. we didn't like paying that tithe to the church.
I'm not arguing or trying to disprove the evolution theory. I'm just saying it seems it's one of those paradoxes, okay? That we've evolved from primates thousands of years, yet primates haven't gone further than flinging poop at the other tribe.
Okay,
well, there's a lot of examples of that, though, right?
Yeah, so this is kind of an old school argument that's been widely debunked, in my opinion. I mean, because it's the wrong way. It's just the wrong way to look at evolution. No offense or anything. I'll try to explain it. So, you have the branching, and you have the branches of the branches. You have the what was it, like the flightless bird, or a bipedal animal that resulted in the monkeys, or that resulted in the chimps and the monkeys that we came from, or the apes that we came from. They continued to evolve and they continued to branch. They just didn't advance to the crazy advanced level that we did. And just like all the other animals, have been branching and they've been evolving in their problem solving spaces, like the problem spaces it's talked about. And their brains have increased, and their tool use abilities have increased to whatever rudimentary levels they have. We branched along this way. Fortunately, we got the opposable thumbs, and we got the enlarged prefrontal cortex to help. A large part of what that does is the no-go pathway, as it's talked about in neuroscience. The prefrontal cortex helps us to say no. It helps us, what is the term, such that our ideas may die in our stead, as opposed to us just going and running for the potential food source. We might realize, oh, that's a trap. And what do we see? We see dogs and or wild dogs and other animals laying traps. Like, a lot of animals are way, way smarter than we realize. Most chimps they know how to use their hand in extremely intricate ways that, I mean, evolution they don't have the intricacy that we do. Like, we can do incredibly, powerful things, and they don't have the processing speed either to keep up with. Yeah. Like, we do dance, and they don't dance like we do, but they do dance. And they do use tools. They have figured out how to use sticks and make tools and things. Rays as well, and many other birds. But
they also open bananas from the proper end. You know how humans are always trying to snap the banana on the stem end.
Oh yeah,
chimps open it from the other end.
And that same argument, though, like, I mean, how long did the human ride a horse for before it developed the buggy, or before we developed the team?
Yeah, a lot of
cart, the buggy, the horse,
Yeah, a lot of it was us accidentally like rolling along through nature and realizing this could be a rolling object, and we have like the better abstraction and extrapolation properties in our prefrontal cortex and neocortex going across the brain. Kind of, I mean, at some point, I believe personally that, and evolution evidence seems to suggest this. Evolution kind of figured out that this problem-solving thing is something that it can really maximize on, and so it started putting more resources into the brain. And now we got these really skinny bodies. Like, chimps can rip people apart by like rip their arms off. And so evolution is still prioritizing resources and strength and fangs and claws, as it's doing in much of the red-toothed and clawed nature that we see. For us, it's our brains. I mean, like, I'm super skinny. Like, this isn't how humans used to be, a few thousand years ago. I don't think, or the majority of humans.
Me and Night Strike are still like the apes, though. So.
Yeah.
Sorry. I mean,
thanks for outing me, Tony. What Tony means is we're both fat.
We're the hairy
and that's
apes.
what's so funny about your standard alien character. It looks like, big brain but little skinny body.
Yeah, that's where we think that we're going. Yeah, and there's lots of compromises being made. Like, I have Crohn's disease. I have a lot of disorders, like mental disorders, that I think evolution is compromised with as well. I have fast processing and I can do the problem solving thing very well, but I also have speech disorder. I have the OCD that's been very bad for as long as I can remember. Lots of like really, really messed up ways that humans come in to develop as well. And I very much feel strongly about us trying to resolve that. Like we have a lot of glorification of the human species, and we're also extremely distraught. We're extremely vulnerable, and we're very fragile yet robust.
But we're also sort of diverse. I mean, through chemistry, right? Because isn't chemistry have a lot to do with the differences in
chemistry and electricity. Yeah.
I know my daughter is high functioning autistic, and I watched her grow up. She's 33. She's she's we used to, for some reason they stopped saying, oh, don't use the term high functioning anymore in autism. I forgot why, but anyway, she's always been, it's been awesome watching her grow up and understanding the difference. She's a beautiful soul, but she just has a different way of looking at things, and it's interesting to watch her, the way her thought processes versus other humans.
And I find that really interesting, the amount of different types of human bodies that exist. And I think that medicine has, in the hospitals, and the ability to actually care for people has increased so much to the point where now someone, if say like I'm a modern human, say I were in the wild, would I be able to survive? I don't know. But so that you have people that might not have been able to survive in the wild are now surviving, and not only surviving, but reproducing. And so now you have more and more branching of the human species and human body based off of just the idea of medical care itself.
Yeah, that's a technology.
Something I think
I've
about
been
a
writing
lot.
about this. Yeah, me too, man. I've been thinking about this idea, the like technology as an affordance. In philosophy, we talk about affordances and things being out there in the ether. You can also think of this, or at least I'm trying to work with this right now. That like technology as a superorganism, and affordance that's available for humans to latch onto and also be manipulated by. And so we've kind of, alongside with technology and the advent of the wheel, technology has gone like this in its increase, or whatever cameras, and we've gone like this in our evolution. You know what I'm saying? And that's not good. That needs to be addressed. And this is getting more and more problematic. Obviously, look at AI. Like, look at what we're talking about. We're already incredibly manipulated by social media. We're incredibly, like, we tease the human senses. You can take classes on how to manipulate people. It's called commercialism. Like, you can take classes on commercialism on how to manipulate the human brain.
I've got a better one that'll make you more money. It's called political science.
Yes, yeah. The appeal to the tribal human. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, the appeal to the tribal nature of humanity.
And I said that as a joke, but it's true.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully we'll figure it out.
The fact that there are some people doing the manipulating and others receiving the manipulation shows that we're not all exactly the same, though.
Well, I guess it goes out to the point that some people are highly susceptible to a form of brainwashing, or they don't want to think for themselves. They'd rather somebody tell them what to think.
Yeah. Again, the cognitive miser. Yeah. The idea of taking the path of resistance. Yeah. It puts you in. What'd you say?
I was just kind of joking, but it goes back to the whole idea of like people needing something to listen to, almost like some people just listen and react while some people try to control. I said back to Hitler is what I did say.
We can't give him too much credit because he's a bad influence.
Yeah. I guess what I was saying earlier, like it's interesting that this has impacted our bodies to such an extent. Like with my Crohn's disease, I feel strongly about the determinism thing because I've lived that, and I'm really wary about attributing psychology and other things that like somatization, like the absorption of reality and having that impact you. But I'm also living it. I mean, we're semi-hairless apes. Like this is this is extremely thin hair, and so we're kind of like in this middle point. And so we still do. I mean, evolution prioritized beards on men, I guess, probably because they were out in the cold for long periods hunting. We have this is a crazy one. I just realized, if I may demonstrate weirdly.
Listen, if I took my shirt off and the rest of my clothes, hairless would not be the word to describe me.
Or
It would
yeah,
be the
it's
opposite.
similar hair, yeah.
Because
The
I've
only
got
place I'm
hair that goes
hairless
all the way down the
Is that
back.
there?
Yeah, I'm really hairy actually. But like we have lots of examples too of like leftovers from when we were chimps, and I just
Right.
realized this one recently. We have the snarl effect. So like we turn up our nose instinctively when we smell something gross because it clogs our nostrils. Like we do this thing, that's a gross smell, because it closes our nostrils temporarily, and that also attaches to the bearing of the fangs. So when you see chimps make this face, bear with me, it's like, I'm going to show my teeth. Also, the flaring of the neck. Look at how pronounced these muscles are, like muscle fibers are. That's ridiculous. Like, why is there so much? And again, I've been testing this. I know it's weird. This is what I do. I've been like testing where those muscles are active, like what other purposes they could have. They don't do anything else other than to bear the fangs, other than to flare the body, make this area like your traps look bigger, and to
They
lower
don't
your
help
jaw
with
like
facial
that.
expressions?
That's all it does. It's really weird, but yeah.
I thought they also helped with facial expressions.
Well,
That
they
is
do,
a facial
but
expression.
why, I mean, why is that still there? I mean, why would that be? Well, you don't have a reason to do that facial expression unless it had a reason to be used in the past. So the chimps would use that as a threatening, or that's the theory. The chimps would use that as a threatening pose, is both the lowering of the bottom mouth and the upper mouth.
I think I've seen people use those in documentaries of war too, where one person against another.
Yeah, so it still serves a purpose, but it's only that purpose. Like it's not really, like, these things are not there for us to move our head in different directions. It's really just to be a threat, or like kind of like how the frills of that one dinosaur, from Jurassic Park came out, like the spitting dinosaur or whatever.
Yeah,
it's kind of like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Super weird. I know. Just like look at here one day, like
we're getting all kind of topics. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully technology will help us. I mean, medical science has come so far now. And, yeah, with AI, I mean, AI is accelerating cancer treatment like very quickly. We're having a lot of new approaches to treating things.
And that brings it back around to a question I was asked by a friend of mine who's an air conditioning technician. Okay, he installs air conditioners and whatnot. And he asked me, he asked me an off the wall question the other day, saying, do you think AI will take over the IT industry? And I told him, well, no, because there always has to be, with how computers work, there always has to be someone to go and replace a part or to troubleshoot why something's not working. And AI can't do that yet. Okay, whereas an AI can pick up the slack, like say where the help desk, the support desk, an AI could fill in that gap right there. But as far as the actual physical work, an AI can't replace that.
Yeah, I agree. I've thought about that a bit too. Like, there's always going to be a human to be the IT worker for the AI,
right?
To fix them. To fix
we
the
found
because an AI is not going to be able to replace the RAM, test the RAM to see if it's good, and put it back in. The AI is just going to tell you, hey, the computer says the RAM's bad or it doesn't have any RAM, and I'm like, I'm looking at it, it's got RAM, so.
Well, you remember when we were messing around with this little assistant, this OpenAI assistant, right?
Yes.
I could get ChatGPT to do the code, the PHP and the script, the JavaScript, and it could do that, but it couldn't tell me where to put it.
No, it couldn't.
And it also couldn't tell me how, because a human structured the way the content management system handled, calls to the network and all that. So there's always going to be an opportunity for humans to put in little, switches.
So that's why I told him that, yes, in some aspects, AI will be able to replace some parts of the IT industry, but they can't replace the actual IT technician in itself, because there's always going to be situations where you're going to need to have physical access and a physical person to actually go and do that physical labor.
what it has done is actually, I think, dumbed down certain, a percentage of people because, the guy that I hired was a young guy, and he was so dependent on AI to
Information.
create code for him that he couldn't actually debug the code because it was created by ChatGPT. So
Well, we tried that ourselves, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's gonna be so many there's gonna be so many areas where humans can interject themselves, I think.
And I think the same thing can be said to the contracting or like the building industry too. Yeah, AI will be able to help in some areas, but it's not going to be able to take away. It's not going to be able to replace the actual hard labor.
Yeah, there's a lot of politicking and personal relationship building with owners too. And I spend half my time trying to make owners just feel good. The people out, and no robot's ever going to be able to do that.
Yeah, unless it's customer relations.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to have some robots. Some what's the Boston Dynamics robot Atlas? I'd love to have a couple of those guys out. Built framing and.
I want that. I want Watson to be my support desk.
That's where I agree with what you're saying, but at the same time, I don't know. I mean, like if you were to extrapolate the advances in robotics and the advances in AI 1,000 years.
He said just AI. I didn't. Nobody said anything about robotics. Now, maybe in the future, maybe in like 1,000, 2,000 years in the future, a robot could do the same thing an IT technician can.
Well, that's why I know people who work with robotics and AI, and like really close to me, and like I also do construction. I've done a lot of construction in my life. I was a window and door installer for at least 4 or 5 years. Have installed over like 6,000-7,000 windows and doors.
It's starting to make sense.
Eventually, they could grab, like the Boston Dynamics robot can grab a window, stick it in a hole, and put screws in.
Yeah.
So certain jobs are definitely going to go away.
They're also good shooters.
I think the thing that comes on, I think it's trust. Like, I think we're not going to, I worry about this because working as a mental health professional, barring from psychology and clinical psychology, I want to know that I'll be able to be helping people in the next 5 or 10 years, and that these people won't be using AI for psychological help as they already are now. I think it's going to be these like jobs like the psychologist and the IT worker. These are going to be preserved because in the harder cases, people are still always going to trust the human over the machine. I think that idea is probably going to be around for a while. Now, I'm afraid that may get to purism. That might get to human purist wars potentially against the people, like the humans that believe in the AI versus the humans that try to avoid it, like kind of like an Amish against the, what I'm saying, like naturalist humans. Who knows? I mean, we might destroy ourselves over that before the Terminators do.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, I have a little bit of experience in the mental health field, just a little bit, because my father's been a CFO for many mental health hospitals. So I've got somewhat an eye on that, and it's interesting. A person is going to be able to relate to a person, whether it's a doctor or a nurse to a patient, aside from an AI or a robot. A robot's not going to. They haven't gotten far enough to where they can relate to what an actual person feels. What they feel is wrong with them, that kind of thing.
I think the advancement's going to come, or the advantage is going to come when AI is to the point where every known pharmaceutical drug is implanted in the database, and all the research has been done. And the psychologist can just say, prompt, here's my patient, here are the symptoms, or here's and then you get a list of drugs or whatever, and the research, you know what I mean, almost like a research assistant. But it would always be the human doctor that prescribed the actual medication. It's kind of like when I was searching the code. I knew what the code said. I just needed the code section to quote. Right. I knew that handrails need to be 36 inches high in residential, but I forgot that it was section 3.5 of chapter 3, and that's the part that helped me with, you know.
I guess I have a question for Patrick here. You just brought up the whole like people want to listen to other people when it comes to psychological behaviors and things of that nature. There is a group of people that already exist right now today that prefers the company of dogs versus humans, right? So now at what point do you get what I'm saying already, or do I need to keep going? Like,
well, he has a dog. I'd say his opinion would be biased.
Well, every opinion might be.
Yeah.
That's
Of
what
course, you
opinions
say that
are, right?
jokingly, but still, he's got a dog.
But you get what I'm saying, right? There might be a point where
we're
some people will trust the AI. And what that made me think of was that movie, that other documentary. It was very popular. I believe it had Will Smith in it, and he was working with advanced robotics. I think it was called AI, right? And he was the only one who didn't trust AI in the entire planet.
Oh, you talking about I Am Legend?
iRobot.
I Am Legend. Or
no,
was
no,
it?
No, iRobot.
That was
iRobot was the one where he distrusted AI and robots.
Yeah, he was the only one on the planet kind of thing that could like perform the task because he didn't trust the AI to begin with. So the point being is that like some people right now prefer the company of dogs. Maybe in the future, some people might prefer the company of an AI robot.
Well,
yeah,
but again, with that, they prefer the company because it's an echo chamber. It's what they want to hear instead of what they need to hear.
100%.
I mean, have you all seen Replica? You know, that's kind of what Replica is doing with the simulation of relationships thing. We already have the movie Her. Yeah. We're already in that, and we see people dedicating time that they would be dedicating to real relationships or anything else to this little obsessive, perfectly made mirror of whatever you wanted this thing to say. I mean, it's pre-programmed, like prompted to, be the best.
In my case, it's me dedicating the time to YouTube. But I'll tell you what, I'm not getting the responses I want. No, because people on the internet are vicious.
Mm-hmm. That's also a big separation problem too. Like the way that we treat each other on social media, it's obvious to me. People use the laugh react for mockery. Sorry, the laugh reaction emoji. I'm using the terms already. The laugh react or whatever. Yeah, like people will use that. And it's like, okay, I just spent a lot of time typing out this post and like making a major philosophical argument here. What you just did by mocking me with your laugh react is like if you were to come by me on the side of the road and just point in my face and laugh and then run away. Like this is completely unnatural. We're very much in a different world already.
Well, I don't think the problem is a lot of our culture, I would say, has adopted that whole concept of trolling. You understand the concept of trolling, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people have adopted that and use it. It's like they don't care that what they say may hurt your feelings. They're only in it for the laugh that they get that 5 seconds of enjoyment and move on with their life.
It's online bullying. The imp of the perverse. Yeah, we have this imp of the perverse that people like jesters take advantage of in the past, and other people would do like things they normally wouldn't do given the correct circumstances. And this is where we separate the human interaction, the one-on-one. I mean, I guarantee if we were having a conversation face to face, all four of us, it would be different. It'd be probably a lot better than it is here now.
Well, we're trying to
we're just giving off cues. We're giving off like subtleties.
Right.
What'd you say?
And then there's also
we're trying our best with the conversation.
Yeah.
I was going to say there's also the interpretation through social media. Like some people might not be trying to be mean, but just because of insecurities of the people that are originally making these posts, they're not confident in their own work 100%. They might take what someone writes and see it as a negative thing. Like I've seen, no, Artisan, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus here, but I've seen you make comments and you're like, I am just objectively asking a question. And the people are already offended. They're upset. They're annoyed.
Yeah.
Well, that's some of his Southern Baptist showing when he says that.
Well, people will
I have to admit, sometimes my questions are engineered to be, not combative, but just to get, to
get a rise.
No, not to get a rise, but to get not to get a reaction, but just to make. I don't know. In
I've
my
seen
little
I've
mind,
seen some of your questions get Alexi reactive.
in my little mind, I think I'm hoping to get an answer that will make me think back.
Right.
Yeah, I like taking polls.
A poll.
Yeah, I
poll-
mean, it's like Kurt today said, place some questions. Is this the one you were talking about, Alexei? Place some
That's a
questions
good
for
example of a recent
for-
example. Yeah.
place the question in the comments for Ross. What's his name? And I was like, well, I forgot exactly what the question was, but I was like, ask him why there are no journalists like war correspondents in ufology where they're putting their life on the it's just like the teasing with the I know where this giant spaceship is, but I can't tell you.
I would say because War of the Worlds hasn't happened yet, so that's why there's no.
Well, my point was that I knew I was going to get a response, but my point was that in short, the question was designed to bring up the fact that I don't think Ross is necessarily a journalist. He's more of a social media,
a social celebrity.
A celebrity, not a celebrity, but just an entity, a social media, because anyway, I didn't mean to get into that in the debate, but yeah, I mean,
well, that leads into something I wanted to debate.
I think we're all kind of guilty of wanting to get attention through our comments.
Oh, I love attention. I love attention. I won't lie. I love attention.
I just want feedback for the effort that I put into what I do.
Right.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
I put so much time into my work. Oh my god.
I mean, I'm a little tired of people. I think Assange.
Well,
if you want to talk about someone who's brave, let's talk about Julian Assange. Let's don't call Ross, the guy who's gonna. You know what I mean? It just bugs me when we place. And of course, I knew I was going to get the tribalism. The tribe was going to come out of the woodwork. So yes, I was guilty of that. But again, nobody's perfect. I'm still human.
Patrick mentioned something about getting recognition for the 2-hour video he did. But Patrick, I have ADD. I know it might show or it might not because I've gotten older and I've gotten lazier. But I do have ADD. I've lived with it all my life. And the issue is a lot of people like me have a problem with just sitting down for 5 minutes to watch a video, unlike a 2-hour video or a 3-hour video. That's like unheard of these days. And that's why they say, like, even on YouTube, they say, try and keep your videos from between a minute and 10 minutes. Otherwise, nobody will watch it.
Yeah. Well,
it's the attention span.
Yeah, I mean, what I was saying is I put about like 10 to 20 hours into the video that I make. Most of my videos are from like 10 to 20 minutes. That's the real deep philosophical or psychological videos, though. I also am doing this whole shorts thing now, which is really problematic. Like, I mean, this is definitely like a thumb on the scales of ingenuity and originality, because we're forcing YouTube artists to condense their concepts into these 1-minute shorts when that may not be to their advantage. And I have to go along with that at some extent. Now, most of that comes from me like chopping up my original videos and like making them into these things. But I see where a lot of people are really compromising on. I mean, it's gross almost. Like we talked about how like commercialism and we're tempting the human senses and all that. It's like TikTok on YouTube now. I mean, since TikTok model came about, all the other social media platforms adopted it.
I mean, I watch most of the videos I watch are for educational value, and I got onto SketchUp, the company SketchUp, because they're putting out all these shorts that have no educational value at all to them. You're supposed to be trying to help people learn how to use SketchUp, but your shorts and you think, oh, these are teaser videos, and you go to their YouTube channel and there's no follow up. They're not part of a bigger series. It's just that's it. So I can see where
I believe the term is clickbait.
Yeah, that's a problem. It's the race to the bottom. Like, because we have to do this because of competition, we're all making compromises. Businesses have done this for decades, and now
although it was kind of handy.
We're having to compromise with this, but that doesn't mean we aren't compromising in other places, throughout our life, anyways.
I see shorts as a way to do like my little funny thing with Fritz. There's a neighborhood turkey that in this one neighborhood I've built these 2 houses in, who kind of used to follow us around, and I would get out and say hi to him, and then he would follow me in my truck. So I've got a short right now up it's a where I'm asking him if he's going to hide for Thanksgiving. So that's kind of a funny little thing. I think shorts are good for, but for educational, value, I think they pretty much have become a detriment. I think. Of course, I know people watch YouTube for entertainment value, not necessarily. I use it mostly for educational value, so that's where my complaint comes from.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, it's also kind of a burden on people that are trying to make long format videos, because I was comfortable doing that. Like I could manage that in my time. Now I have to. I mean, I'm getting better at it. I think I can see how other people are doing this, and not like steal their ideas, but like borrow from tricks and things. Where there's one where you can like time the end of the short so that it matches up with the beginning of it, and so when the video loops back around, it looks natural or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, if you have like older videos that which are like an hour or 2 hours long, what you could do is chop them up into like a series.
Yeah, I want to do that eventually.
And that would be easy. That would be easier for a person to digest naturally over time instead of trying to just get through 1 or 2 hours of it.
Have you found yourself, Patrick, with those videos that loop well, watching it over and over accidentally? Like, when is this short?
Oh yeah, I usually catch it. Yeah, sometimes that can be a trap and that can be a trick. Yeah,
I'm like, where's the beginning and end of this video?
It's like, wait a minute, didn't he already say that?
Yeah.
Well, you know how it's a trap? When you can hear Rick Astley, that's how you know.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick knows what I'm talking about.
Well, when is your book going to be complete? This is fun. It's kind of a funny question because I've been writing the artisan philosophy for like 6 years, and this is my problem with writing anything is that it's never. It's as a matter of fact, the subtitle of the book is called "Substantially Complete," because we have this phrase in construction called substantial completion. And I have a funny way of my adage regarding substantial completion is that it's something that contractors created so that we could get our final payment on a job, because no job is ever actually completed. So we came up with this term called substantially complete, substantial completion, so we can get paid. So then that's the way I look at my book. I can't seem to end it. I keep thinking, oh no, I'll go back to this, make that better, or I want to add new content.
Yeah,
it's like a disease. I don't know what it is.
Alexi's practicing as Dr. Evil. I see the cat.
No, I was trying to show off. This is LT though. This is a stray that came up to my house, and now it's been living with me for like 3 years. But like, this boat is never finished. It's been over 7 years since it's been on the water, but it is not finished. Like, they're always doing something else.
I think we were talking about me writing about this a while back too. Alexi told me to release a volume 1, and you may want to do that, Tony. Just release the first volume, and then because you want to keep pushing on that. Like, you don't want to lose your creative ingenuity. If you're a good writer, you don't want to let that fade, and you certainly don't want to let that age out. I worry about this myself, and I try to stay dedicated to some kind of creative expression every day, but also something that makes me money. And a lot of times those don't match up very well, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's definitely volume 1.
Yeah, I'm probably going to try to do that too.
Well, I did that. Artisan, I sent you the first book, the original 2015 copy that I had out on display and stuff, and I've taken away parts of it. I've added parts. I've taken away parts.
I'll show you a top secret book cover. Can you see it?
We just see the Artisan Stories for Tots.
Oh,
it's loading for me.
Oh, wait a minute. Just going to remove this and then get away with this. That was based on a, there we go. Here, I'll share a top secret
Oh,
book cover.
ooh.
There it is, volume 1, just like you said.
Where's the moonshine?
Can't have any.
Ah. Wow.
What did that say on the bottom? Substantially complete.
That's the subtitle of the book. Yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, and it goes to that whole. I finally said to myself, well, 2024 is this theme of, so it'll be 45 years for me in construction and 20 years in business. So, or artists in construction business. So I got this 2045 theme, and the book is coming out next year, no matter what, if it kills me. So
Nice.
I want a copy.
You'll
me
get
too.
one. You'll get one. Oh, you get one for free. And then you can contribute.
I'll do a
For the
review on
next
the
one.
book.
I wanted to. I'm very selfish. I wanted to get a bunch of guest contributors, but then I thought, no, that's just waste. People aren't going to be. I shouldn't waste people's time with that kind of stuff.
Maybe I should read it and do the audio.
I started to ask Bernardo Castrop to write a chapter, but I thought, no.
Hey,
He would
think
say
it's a good idea.
He would say yes, just to be nice, and then I would feel guilty for him wasting his time on it.
I think that's a function of your ego. It's only a waste of time if he thinks it is.
Yeah, you never know either. I
Yeah.
mean, if you have a good idea, it might benefit people and other people to get more opinions on it.
But I had this idea where I have a chapter where I'm trying to encourage apprentices to be interested in technology. So one of the chapters is AI and artisans or whatever. I forgot exactly what the title of the chapter is, but I actually surprised my chat GPT 3.5 actually totally surprised me in that it wrote almost like a perfect little chapter on the whole concept. And I was like, what in the hell?
Dude, the summarizations, Google Docs has this capability now too. Google Docs AI, you can highlight any, there's a limit, and I think you can pay for more tokens, I think is the term that's used.
Yeah.
Like a token is like a page worth of information or whatever, so you can have it read like 20,000
number of characters. Tokens are like 4 characters or something like that, I think.
Or yeah. And so it can only, like, GPT-4 can keep up with more tokens than GPT 3.5, and so it's like smarter in that way. Yeah, I've had it rewrite a lot of my stuff, and it's like, man, I wish I could have thought of to say it like that. And I tried so hard. Like, I spent like, a good 20 minutes making this sound exactly how I want to say it. You just made it sound even better. That's like, and I can select from 4 different ways.
It wasn't just grammar. It was like concepts. And I was like, who trained this?
Or,
who trained this version of GPT? I was thinking, who trained this?
Maybe I should I should get AI to help me write my book.
What's funny about when I was doing the little weekend project, my ultimate firewall book, I was, it's almost like somebody has built in some kind of little feature to keep you from or encourage you not to let it write the entire book, because at each chapter it would prompt me to prompt it for concepts or, like it didn't act like it wanted to write the entire book. I had to do it chapter by chapter. So I would engineer the prompts for each, like I had it outlined the book, right? It had the perfect chapters. It even named chapter 10 the ultimate firewall. And so
what about the Great Firewall of China?
No, what I'm saying is that I was like,
good.
well, fine, just go ahead and write the entire thing, and then it would stop at each chapter and say, okay, have you reviewed the chapter before? Do you want to interject anything before I continue? It's almost like in an effort to create to build in the human factor. And to keep people from doing that, it's almost like it was trained to encourage people not to ask them to do, not to ask it to do it. Does that make sense?
I think I see what you're saying.
Well,
I think it was. I think. Would you really want me to? I didn't really want it to write the entire book. I wanted to have I wanted to take part in it, right?
Right.
And it started doing that on its own, where it would prompt me in each chapter to interject my own ideas, and then
that's already
Well,
so
What-
dangerous.
the problem I have is
Yeah.
my grammar sucks. So that's why I'd want the AI to help me write the book, so it can help me say it more eloquently than I can.
well, the
And
problem
have
with
proper
me,
grammar.
the problem with me is if you read the Artisan Philosophy, you would know it was me that wrote it. But if you read this book, this little weekend project I'm talking about, the Ultimate Firewall, you would also know that I didn't write that.
Yeah. See,
Oh,
there's
oh,
a problem
I know.
with this because,
Yeah,
I know, Tony.
I mean, we can already do this. Like, we can have somebody as talented as Steven Pinker as an author, who I take after a lot, and he can train an AI system to write as him, like have it read all of his books, all of thousands of pages, and eventually it would be able to write very similarly, like often undistinguishably, to his style of writing. I mean, I worry about this a lot, and I made a video a while back called "Taking the Gaius Pledge." So the abbreviation is GAIS, Good AI Sportsmanship. And so this is already really problematic. We already have these things writing books for us and writing YouTube scripts. You know, the very nature of the human condition, the human muse is being compromised by technology. This is no joke, guys. Like,
So
I mean,
you're saying if we feed an AI all of the Tom Clancy books and everything Tom Clancy has ever written, that we could probably get the AI to make a new Tom Clancy book.
yeah, I mean, or as real as it needs to be to fool us, because again, we don't really know. Like, we have theory of mind, which is one of the things that we see in other animals too. Like, we seem to see animals adjusting their behaviors because they figured out personality traits in other animals. This is exactly what AI could be doing, and it could represent me well enough to have other people, or people trying to steal my identity can already do this. Like, they can fool people that are trying to make sure that they're not stealing my identity, and they're already successful at this. And now they have AI on their on board with it.
There's a little bit of a firewall in here, though, that in the fact that it's not that easy to train. Like, if you would have to have a supercomputer to download the largest language model and then retrain it, right? So there's some physical limitations.
Well, not if you can buy space, or if you can make deals for space on other people's servers, which is what we're.
I'm just saying that it's not as easy as it sounds. Is all I'm saying to retrain.
Yeah. Well, for right now, it's not. I worry about it in the future.
No. I mean, I'm just saying. Thankfully, right now, it's not that easy to. You can engineer a prompt to say, I could say, "Hey, I was born," and I did this. I said I was born in Tennessee. I'm basically a Southern guy. I need you to write as if, and it didn't do a very good job though, because it still used words that I don't use. And so I thought, well, this is a problem. But
yeah, I definitely see people using it like that, and then just editing the parts that don't sound like them just for convenience. Again, the whole conservation of energy thing. We take the path of least resistance, even in our creative expressions, even the things that we enjoy most. If it concerns making money, if there's enough pressure on it, like we see with YouTube, if there's not enough competition, I'm very tempted to do this myself often, and I see the results I've seen the results like when I've experimented with that, but I'm trying to make like distinguished lines, like definite lines between use for grammar, use for spelling, and checking for logical fallacies. I run a lot of my stuff through ChatGPT because I don't memorize like all the 40 plus logical fallacies,
Right.
But I want to make sure that my arguments are sound. And
I think as long as we're transparent, I mean, this little weekend project I'm talking about, the subtitle of the book was going to be something that told people that that's what it was that, right? That was the whole point, was that I was trying to use AI to debunk the idea that it could become sentient or whatever. So I think as long as we're transparent and we let people know that we're using it for our writings or whatever we're writing, I don't see any harm in it.
Oh yeah, as long as you let people know up front.
Yeah.
I did a show with a guy, his name's Tom Quigley, and he's used AI to basically write. He's been working on books for a long time. He's written books. He's actually published them. But he then actually had AI help him write a book, you know. And it came out really good. And he was actually really impressed. He was like, I would never have thought to put these words like they did, you know.
Yeah, but see, that's where I worry. That's the cheating element, or the idea that like this is the argument against like original hard rock and roll versus the little piddly stuff we do with EDM in my production program.
That's why I'm a classical pianist. I use a baby grand piano.
I think what you really mean is using the AI that has helped you write the book better plagiarism.
It's not plagiarism. It's just not representing you. It's not your
because it's not your words. It's not
your intellectual
It's only helping you say your words a little better, but it's saying it in a different way. It could be,
but it's trained.
It could be defined
as
on
all the other people. Yeah.
So
it's just, because it is plagiarism if it's pulling, like, these language models are trained on all the other writing styles of everyone else, so they could very well be picking the actual phrases from other books and inserting them where it is appropriate.
And at the end of the day, I mean, it's not the AI that publishes the book, it's the human that uses the AI, and so it's up to them to be like, no, I'm not going to use that, even though it sounds better.
When I noticed that when I was doing that one chapter in the Artisan Philosophy, and then when I was doing the Weekend Project, I noticed that you can only prompt it to represent you so much. In other words, you have to keep going back. You have to keep going back and saying, that's a little too wordy. That's not me. You know what I mean? Can you do this? Can you do that? I probably could have written some of the paragraphs in quicker. Then I kept feeding it back through, trying to get it to look like me.
Well, and that's where AI is a tool, right? It's a tool, and you're an artist using a paintbrush. So you have to use the paintbrush to make the right strokes. So I
don't think most people are going to take that effort. I think most people are just going to take what it gives them and run with it.
That's why I'm taking the guys.
Yeah, from the production aspect of it. Now, one thing I am going to have to do is where you have the little spaces where the chapters don't work out right. I'm going to go and have AI art right there. I'm going to go to Dream Studio and put prompts in for that subject matter. So I am going to be contributing like something to the book, right? I'm kind of editing the book. I'm kind of I'm placing the art where I want it. So I think as long as we are transparent about what we're doing, it's just a demonstration of, and of course someone else will be able to prompt it to make the case that the AI can become sentient or mimic a consciousness. I'm using prompts that helped me debunk that. Someone else can use prompts because it will play the role you want it to play.
In a way. Grammar. Like using it for grammar and using it for, you could have it list references too, or like if you don't want to go back through your whole book and like have notes sections, you could have it or like you can make marks as you're going through and then have those references more easily added to the end of the book. I mean, there are lots of shortcuts that we can have with AI. We just don't want it compromising the human muse. Whenever we feel that it's compromising our creative expression and our ability to express ourselves to the best of our ability, that's when it causes problems. And a lot of that's memory. A lot of our ability to express ourselves concerns our memory. When we start offloading our memory onto machines, we're definitely compromising our entire brain. Like we're compromising what it is to live at that point, in my opinion. It's and it's so tempting, especially when you have to meet deadlines. But as long as it's like, if you can do whatever you want, as long as it's set up front, like you can take a guy's pledge and spell that out to whatever that means to you, and still sell a book like that, I guess. But I think we need to have these discussions out in the open. This is a brand new concept, honestly, or very new, because it's impacting at this degree. And this is a very, very valuable conversation, honestly.
Well. Now I have to figure out how to write a book with AI without it being plagiarism.
Am I screen sharing?
Yeah.
So here's the chapter 6, and I prompted it to use my slant that there's a firewall in nature that prevents machines or biological entities other than humans of having the ability to have a conscious or a soul. So you see, it wrote this chapter in our journey throughout the intricate landscapes. It came up with this title, The Creator's Gift, because I prompted it in the very beginning based what my philosophy was.
Right.
So you see, the author's Christian faith plays a significant role in shaping this belief. It underscores the sanctity of life, reverence for the divine. You see, so there's prompt engineering going on there. That doesn't mean that that ChatGPT believes that. It's just responding to prompt engineering.
Yeah, I guess it's good to help you get your ideas out and into, like, to explore new ideas, but you don't want it replacing your own original ideas, I think.
Right.
Because then you're like taking credit. It's like plagiarism again.
Well, and the reason I kind of stopped and went back to being productive was because I was frustrated that it wasn't exactly representing my thoughts. So I kind of gave up on it.
Right.
So
yeah, these machines will make anything. They can make symphonies. They can make technical death metal. That sounds pretty good. And yeah, I wonder how that's going to go in the future, honestly.
I've got one more idea if you guys are willing to debate it. If not, no worries. We just move forward. But
sure.
Everyone's looking for the government. Normally, Artisan and I will talk about like UFOs or advanced or hidden physics and the disclosure movement. Do you guys think that, and we can just like bypass this conversation if you want, but do you think that the government will ever truly disclose anything to people?
Well, they have.
That's kind of a question.
Technically, right?
Well, they've disclosed parts, but they've redacted a lot of information, and who's to say the information they redacted was the right information or not?
I mean, this goes back to what Artisan was saying about like Ross Coulthart, and he says, we've got this UFO, it's so big we can't even move it, but we're not going to tell you where it is, or we're not going to actually show you any proof. That's kind of what I'm getting at. Do you guys? I know where Artisan kind of stands at this. He's seeing the waves of the disclosure come and go and come and go.
Well, you saw how long it took for the government to actually have a hearing about the whole about UAPs. Okay.
Yeah.
And then here's another similarity. We also saw how long it took for them to actually release any relevant information about the Kennedy assassination as well. And that happened much later than, a lot of the Roswell stuff. But it still took them longer. So it's like the information that's been redacted that they have released, is it the right information? Were those documents properly redacted, or were they redacted via just, we're going to redact this word here, this word here, this word here. So it kind of makes sense, but not really.
Yeah.
I think that there's a deep layer of intelligence, in our government that whole job is to maintain secrecy, and that I don't think that level of government will ever release anything. And I remember when this whole thing kind of started in 2017, I would say things like that and people would get mad at me. I saw people becoming interested in politics that hated government before. And when the whole UFO thing came up, they were like, oh, God, I can't wait till this new committee is created. I can't wait. And then the Pentagon and the Navy and the Marines and the Air Force, let's create whole departments so we can gather more funds so we can study, when they had been studying UAPs since the dawn of time already. They had a whole intelligence department set up to study or to keep track of anomalous events like that.
Well,
So I've always been kind of skeptical.
That's the secret, Tony. I hate politics. Unfortunately, it's in my blood.
Well, I love, I voted for Ronald Reagan in 1980, so I love politics. I just don't like what it's come to, what it's become.
I'm related to two U.S. presidents and a signer of the Declaration of Independence. So whether I want politics to be there or not, it's part of my family.
It's just been, it's just gotten so corrupted that it's obviously not what our founders meant for it to be.
Oh no, it's become a machine on its own, of its own.
Yeah, that's always going to be changing too. That's why we have the amendment system. That's one of the great blessings of the Constitution, is that we can change it. It's like we have the idea of, that can be taken.
We have politicians in parts of the government that only listen to certain amendments and ignore the other ones because they don't like them.
Yeah, and there's also career politicians that stick around and try to preserve everything just as the founders wanted, and that's not going to lead to a progressive society either. We can't just only have a progressive society. We also have to be wary of Chesterton's fence. So hard to say.
That's why we have
don't move the fence until you know what it's there for.
That's why we have the Supreme Court, though.
Yeah, but the problem is the Supreme Court doesn't always make the right decisions either.
And it goes slow.
We're just in an endless, imperfect loop.
Yeah, it's a paradox. Well, not really a paradox. It's an infinite loop.
As long as we learn from our mistakes, that's the thing. We don't learn when power comes into play. Politicians get caught up into that will to power, or like the will to thinking that they're smarter than everyone, or in power and should be using that, and they side with one way of thinking or one ideology.
Well, that leads to my question as well. Isn't the purpose of the government to serve the people?
Well, it was created for that, yes, but it's as I said before, it became its own machination that's gone on its own. It runs itself now. Right. All we do is elect people to take part of it.
You think it acts like Hobbes' Leviathan in that way? Leviathan?
I hate to say it, but yes.
Like a structure that kind of just absorbs the people, and then they get caught up into the super organism of the power complex of government, and then they start making decisions they wouldn't have done otherwise.
The problem with government I see is that not the problem. The function of government is mainly for the defense of our country, and in order to maintain that defensive strategy or edge, you have to have the ability to keep secrets, and gather intelligence and maintain the dominance of the country that is able to collect the most. So whenever the whole UAP thing came up, I was like, well, what do you expect? You expect the intelligence agencies just to roll over and spill their whole box of secrets? I don't think so. That's their job. We don't want them to be that transparent. We don't want our government to be that transparent, I don't think. Now, so there's a little battle that goes on between elective representatives and the embedded intelligence agencies, right? So there's a healthy relationship there, I think. But
Patrick touched on something, and I do have an example of this. Where he said that people would make decisions that are part of the government that they normally wouldn't make. And if you look at some of the politicians that have been in our government for like 30, 40, 50 years, you can look at some of their decisions they've made early in their career, and some of the decisions they've made recently, and it's opposite contracting decisions altogether.
Right. But what if it turns out all these UAP are just technology, human technology? Do you really want?
Do you really want to know?
Do you really? Or do you want to maintain the fact that we're one of the most powerful countries in the world?
It comes to the point: do you want the mysticism of secrecy, or do you want to just know all the science and technology there is to know?
That's where I draw the line. I guess is that if there's some technology that could benefit, I think that's what you were going to say, right, Alexei?
I mean, that's where I'm at. I mean, like we have these technologies that can literally create, theoretically, allegedly, right?
Right.
We have free energy technologies. We have technologies that can travel to the moon in 10 hours. John Searle. We've had this technology for a very, very long time. And it's ultimately the people with money that are suppressing the information that's being presented. And so it's a financial evolution of the human species. So I see it more as like the greater future of humanity is what I see it as, because we were talking earlier about like medicine and how medicine has allowed people to thrive and reproduce. We came from monkeys, all this stuff. So now we have these branches again, and part of that branch of evolution is the technologies that we have access to. And for me, I think that we should all have access to this technology. Let me put it that way.
I think there's two, we should have access. I mean, if we know for sure that somebody would use them for nefarious deeds, that could be the case, or maybe we shouldn't allow it. But I mean, we can look at technology as a natural evolutionary thing, or like as an affordance, and that affordance can be good or bad. It could be, or good and bad. It could be something that brings us towards a better place, or it could be something that separates us from the human muse and like eradicates our originality and what it means to be human. There's a lot of compromises being made in government because of convenience of technology as well. I hope
And
that
so
doesn't get worse.
in my opinion, when they say it's a threat to national security, what I hear is it's a threat to personal security, because they're going to lose their funding and they're going to lose their money, like the way they make their money.
I don't know.
As someone who is related to politicians, you know what I hear when I hear they say it's a threat to national security? I hear it's a threat to my agenda, what I'm trying to push in the government.
I don't know. I mean, there are certain technologies that would be too equalizing to a certain extent, right? I mean, you can't really just, I mean, honestly, you can't really just pass out free energy to everybody.
Hey, Nikola Tesla said you could.
Well, I mean,
Artisan's saying it more in a philosophical sense. Like, if you give these
Yeah.
types of people this technology, they're going to do bad things with it. And so that's where it ultimately circles back to, is humanity ready? Are we just gorillas with shotguns, right?
It seems like we're gorillas with shotguns.
Well,
that seems to be getting it.
You know, that's like saying we've got this new technology, we're going to give this to the people, and we're expecting the people not to follow the laws that are already on the books already.
Well,
by using this technology.
I mean, we know there's a certain percentage of humans that don't follow the laws.
We know there's a certain percentage that doesn't follow the law anyways. So yes, of course, if they can abuse the technology for personal gain, they will.
Well,
and then there's the populace, you know, the normal populace that would use the technology for its intended purpose, you know, without abusing it and following the law. And that would be the silent majority.
Can you imagine every person having a laser gun?
Oh man,
there'd be lasers shooting through my tiny shack right now.
I love a laser gun. I'd be out back shooting right now.
I'd be dodging laser beams. You know, we'd all be
like Grand Theft Auto 5. I mean, like this kind of goes back to the UFO or UAP thing. Like maybe they have them and the public just isn't ready for it. I mean, we talked about the meaning crisis and how things have changed since what Nietzsche, the way Nietzsche said it is, man has killed God, and now we have to. He didn't say it like this, I forget, but he said man has killed God, and now we got to figure out what we're going to do about it. Like our science has accidentally made us question deeply what it means to be human, and now we have to deeply confront with that. And so far, we're not doing a very good job. Nobody seems to have nobody has all the answers, and those that do profess themselves as prophets or as gurus, and they get the substantial criticism for that. And so this means that we have to stay open-minded and just keep at this idea of the protopia. We're not trying to go for a utopia. That probably will never happen, but just try to make things a little bit better as we go along as a society, and for everyone at every level, like whatever you can do as a citizen for your fellow man, as well as in your governance, and what you can do to fix your governance as a citizen as well.
Well, we've seen how countries have tried the whole perfect utopia, the stance, and they've crashed and burned. Case in point, the Soviet Union.
Yeah. That's the communist agenda is.
They tried to create they define it as like the perfect utopia, but if you're old enough to remember the end of the Cold War, by the time the late 80s happened, people were standing in line for the rationing of bread.
Yeah, we can't have radical change. Just like we can't have this, we can't bump the minimum wage up to like $20 an hour, even though that's what it should be. We have to do things gradually. We have to make really smart decisions and implement them at the right times. But it seems like a lot of what we're doing in politics is catching up. Like our law system is just acting as band-aids and trying to catch up. I mean, we don't know how to approach the UFO thing. I guarantee you there are unidentified aerial phenomena out there that need to be the public needs to know about in general. And they're like they said, they have biological and technological things they found. I mean, the government did admit that, unless I have that wrong. Yeah. That's a huge step in itself.
I think there are certain people who, I don't think the entire government has admitted.
Members
there
are
are certain members who say they have been told. This is the problem I have with the whole thing, and we've devolved into the situation where we're accepting something someone said.
It's hearsay,
and no evidence. So, but see, no offense, Patrick, but see, you're repeating that as if it's a fact, And
no, that's what I was saying. As far as I understand, I don't keep up with this as much as
I wasn't criticizing you. I'm saying some people are saying that as if it was a fact.
Yeah.
Was it a good who did say that? Because
David Grush was the one who
he said that at the congressional hearing. He said, "Yeah, we've recovered biologics." He said, "Yes, we've recovered craft."
Yeah, the term "recovered" that's pretty big.
Well, they say that we return or recovered, but it sounds very ambiguous the way they say it. So they can say, "Well, we said that, but we didn't. We meant this. We didn't mean that." It's a way of deflect. It sounded like more of a way of deflecting the question rather than answering.
Well, that's ultimately what circles it back to the reason I even brought this up is because Artisan and I have been talking about this for a very long time, and he said he saw the wave in the 60s ish, the wave in the 80s, the wave in the. I'm just naming off 20-year intervals almost.
It's basically 20 years, yeah.
So here's another wave that's coming. Are they ever going to actually make it a mainstream thing, or is it just for the people that care about it?
I have a UFO magazine that I had when I was a teenager because I loved this my entire life, and it's literally, the headlines are literally the same as they are today. They literally are, congressional hearings, and some of it's the same players. I mean, some of these people are so old. George Knapp, Linda Moulton Howe. Some of it's the same players that were back in the 70s. Linda Moulton Howe she started off with the cow mutilations back at least in the 70s. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
And Bob, Bob Lazar, that was 80, early 80s.
You've had him on here before, haven't you?
No, I've tried. I'm trying. I have his. He signed a copy of his sport model drawing for me. He's involved with a lot of production stuff, so I think he can't actually do certain
live
part,
stream.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he's got a publicist now or something, and they're telling him he can't do.
He has an editor. That's what it is. He's got an editor.
I don't think he can go on little tiny podcasts or shows like. But Wagdy is asking about Charles Hall, who I've talked to on Facebook, and I was trying to get him on the show too. He's actually pretty convincing. He wrote the books Millennial Hospitality. He's actually very convincing. He's one of the guys that makes me think the military knows more, obviously, than they're talking about. But I just wanted to answer his.
I'm looking at the comments now. I've never heard of Charles Hall. What's his?
He basically was basically was like a military weather guy. He was based on out in the desert alone in these stations, and he would have to send up he basically provided the weather forecast for the training, like out at the ranges where the jets would practice bombing, and he would have to do the weather every day. But he lived in these little shacks out there, out like very isolated. And he talks, the books are about his experiences meeting these beings that he says they basically had a place to park their, spaceships in the mountains. But
that
the way
sounds like he was punished more so than he was doing an actual job.
The way he writes about it, you would think literally, and of course he claims it's real and his books are not fiction. Now, obviously, you either believe it or you don't, but I've talked to him on Facebook and he says he's getting too old to come on and talk about it pretty much. But
i.e. he wants you to buy his book.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's, when you get his age, he's pretty old. I mean, I'm already experiencing memory issues, with things I've done in the past. So you can't, I don't mean real. I'm just saying I can imagine. I don't mean I'm not senile or Alzheimer's. I'm just saying the older you get, the harder it is.
I don't know. We've had some conversations where we've got over stuff before, Tony.
See what I mean? But it's easy to go over. It's easy to rehash things in these kinds of settings,
right?
Because there's only so much to talk about. To be honest with you, unless you're Patrick and has a very broad, base, or Alexei, and they have this database in their head they can recall.
Tony. Wajdi Zekri said something earlier. He said, "Hey, Night Strike, I always seen this symbol behind you on people's cars. What does it mean?" This is the Gadsden flag. It says "Don't tread on me," and it's got a rattlesnake on it. It predates the colonial flag. It is a colonial flag for it was part of the revolution.
I told him it was the "Don't tread on me" flag.
And a lot of people that want to play the race card or to play racism in general to try and, I don't know, get social status or whatever the hell it is. They say that the Gadsden flag is racist. No, the Gadsden flag, the "Don't tread on me" means, we're not going to live under a jackbooted duck.
He just wanted to know. He didn't want you to preach.
I understand it.
Yeah, and there's a modification of the Gadsden that's been the U.S. Naval Jack, where it's just a long rattlesnake and it says "Don't tread on me" underneath it, and it's been the Naval Jack for for like 60 years or something. There's
a lot of history behind it, Wagdy. It's like people who don't like the concept or the philosophy try to make people out to be.
Anybody that tells you this flag is racist also says the colonial flag and the Betsy Ross flag is racist because
they don't like the freedom that it stands for. Is what it is.
They don't like freedom.
They would rather you be under the boot of your local government. But
if you look at history books, you'll see the flag.
I always heard it represented as big government, or like being wary of big government, like the
that's true. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, we're not mad. He said we're not mad. We get excited about certain things. So
I saw one meme where they tried to memify it, and it was like, "Please no Steppy."
Well, no. The best meme is where they've just paraphrased it, saying "No step on Sneck."
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I've heard both of those.
That meme is okay because it still kind of gives the original text. It's just they've made it super simple so simple people can understand it.
Wagdi, maybe it's Vogdi. How do you pronounce a W in Egypt? But anyway, he says he's from Egypt, and so there's a lot of history. The problem is that there's a lot of history behind that flag and other things, symbols in the United States, and it goes all the way back to when we were, breaking off from the motherland
from England.
There's a lot of history, so it's hard to not get, excited or about it, So when you see people getting emotional about it, just give them a break. It's all right.
Yeah, well, I didn't mean to get emotional. It's just
I was talking to him.
I hear people calling it racist all the time because they don't understand history. It's like they've never opened a history book. They've never done they've never gone through a history class in their life. It's like, where the hell did you come from? What rock did you pull out from?
I think people see it and judge on the surface level. Like what I've noticed with the people that are genuinely racist, like I have some relatives that are just flat out racist, and they say horribly bigoted things that come from some horribly primal tribal part of their unexamined self, or however you want to look at it. And I see a lot of those people tend to be flying the original Confederate flag, or the flag with the 13 stars, or the Don't Tread on Me flag. And a lot of them are for the like just straight anti-government and don't trust anyone and go way to the far right political extreme. And then there are people that realize what the flag actually represents. And I think there's some crossover. Like, I mean, most people don't know their history very well. Most people in America, even though we're taught it in middle school and high school, we still don't pay attention. Like I didn't take enough interest in that until my late 20s. But that you see people judging on the surface level, so they associate the typically racist people that are flying these flags with everyone else, and that's just the generalization. We need to be wary of that in all categories.
Like, but as I said, the Betsy Ross flag, the first American flag, even they say that's racist because it was made by a white person. It's just it's the ridiculous of it all.
Let's lighten up the mood. I agree with Wogby. Is it Wogby or Wogby? The Cree. Anyway,
well, that's another thing. The Confederate flag they mostly show is the Virginia Confederate flag, General Lee's flag. That's what they normally show. That's
you get started on this; it'll never end. Okay. Okay, so
I like flags. All right.
Let's go to T-Car's question. Yes, I'm trying to get Sabine Hassenfelder. I love her. I actually have a crush on her, and I want her on the show. And she told me that she's too busy. She totally denied me of the satisfaction of having her. I do. I love her. I just, as a matter of fact, I have her as one of the most wanted. I have these little most wanted posters, and she's on. I have rewards for these people. Literal rewards for people who help me get them on the show, and she's one of those people. Yeah, I love her pragmatic approach to science. She's awesome. We need more scientists like her. Huh?
So I guess just to finish off my short question,
what did you start?
The government will ever truly give a true disclosure, or do you think it's their
No.
job not to?
They're not going to.
Yeah, it's too dangerous. People have to be kept stupid and unaware, or things will get out of control, like the existential crisis from the Enlightenment.
I hate to quote a movie, but remember what Men in Black said: the person is smart. People,
you don't deserve the truth.
They don't deserve the truth.
That was another movie.
That was a famous documentary, Night Strike, and I'm pretty sure that was a really famous historian that said that. But I agree with you in a way. A person is smart. People together become kind of dumb.
Because they cease thinking for themselves, and they just latch onto what's regurgitated by somebody else.
Well, there's
and that almost relates back to the flag.
I believe that's called the herd mentality.
Yeah. Well, the herd mentality is useful for keeping societies organized too. So, like the fear that we saw, like Vervaeke talks about, with the dissolving of religion in the 16th, 17th centuries, we've seen the world going into a meeting crisis, and we need these societal structures. Like we have to keep things very tempered, very contingent. Society is very contingent on the belief structures of the past and the culture that exists in the here and now. If we introduce the idea of aliens being real into society and being here and now, that could disrupt religion. That's the religious structures that are still upholding a lot of societies and countries today. Because then it's like, well, if God made the world for us as the humans, that denies Genesis, that denies the first chapter.
This is one thing I disagree.
Patrick, I tell you this right now. If Scientology and Lord Xenu is real, I am going to give you a strongly worded message.
No, listen. Okay, I've tried to debunk this before. I grew up in the church. We went to church like 3 times a week. Okay, I went to Sunday school,
Yeah, me too.
regular church, Sunday night church. I went to Wednesday night, youth thing. We had Friday night youth stuff, and I wouldn't. If there were aliens, I would just say, "Oh, thank God, he created something other than stinky humans."
Right.
You know, there's
Well,
there's
there's still
nothing.
the
Don't you guys see
Right?
that the way
There's
that they're
something else out
disposing?
there. All right.
What it's that people are using the whole religious thing
Yeah.
as a. I think it's honestly, I think it's something more ominous than religion. I think it's that they're probably among us everywhere all the time, and that's a scary thought. I
Oh,
think
God.
that's what it is. I think that's
Oh.
more. It's more about that than it is religion. Because
That just reminded me of a movie.
I think they exist on a spectrum. We just can't persist.
a bad movie.
Perceive.
They
Not
live.
perceive. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that doesn't conflict with religions, in my opinion. I mean,
No,
because
I
they're
don't see
talking
any.
about the
Well,
way they're
so
presenting it is as non-human intelligences from other dimensions is the most common theme that's come from them. Grish
Well,
says
why would
maybe they're
God-
interdimensional. Diana Pasolka is talking about religious aspects of it. I don't think there's really a difference from what the ancient people used to call angels and demons to the concept of non-human intelligences from other dimensions.
well, then
I
we
think
get
there's
into
a
the
very
ancient
big overlap.
Yeah. I mean, then we can get into the ancient aliens thing where you start pulling hieroglyphics and like the symbols that look like spaceships and astronauts and all.
I'm not saying it
But,
was
I mean-
aliens, but it was aliens.
I think the only thing I'll say about the cave art is that we don't give ancient humans enough credit for just being artists. Okay?
Yeah, that's for sure.
I think a lot of that stuff is just art, and we're retrofittingly assigning that value to it.
All right.
Whatever that term is.
So now this goes back to disaster cycles and the evolution of human technology. So there's ancient technologies in the past that are somewhat removed from the timeline of archaeology. There's also the concept of like Noah's flood, right? You guys get what I'm talking about already? So like perhaps I'm just throwing this out. I'm not saying it was aliens, but it was aliens.
Right.
I'm just kidding. Maybe humans were more intelligent in the past, created technologies. Some of them broke away and have still been kind of within our space. You know, they're still flying around space, and they see us now catching up. Like it's like the tribes in Africa. Are we the global humans, like our modern technology? Are we still like a tribe in Africa relative to our modern technologies that we have today, compared to the people who broke away 6,000 years ago? Now, it's a lot of speculation. I know.
Yeah, it's a wild theory, but
Well,
it,
that reminds me of what technology may have been in the past that we have lost. Like those ruins down in South America that they found where the stone walls and stone pillars were like perfectly cut stones that the only way you get them now, you'd be able to make them now would be to use like diamond lasers to cut those stones.
No. I can show you a video. I can show you videos of guys carving those stones with chisels. Okay, there's a guy. What's his name? Look up the cathedral sculptor or something. He's on YouTube. He by hand, he literally shows videos of him sculpting these perfectly formed stone. Like, hey, we built the cathedrals. Okay, humans built the cathedrals with chisels.
Wasn't it like?
So are you an artist? I guess are you in the understanding that it was, or impression rather, that it was humans using primitive tools that just had a better awareness of the cleavages of stone?
I think there were processes they used. I think they used heat to soften the edges, because if you go, I have a friend who's going to go. I'm actually going to pay him the next time he actually is one of my subcontractors. I designed a house for him in Guatemala. Okay. And he's going to go the next time he goes. I'm going to pay him to go and get me some samples of stone. Okay. If you actually look at the backs of these walls, it's just like the inside of the pyramid. It's all like rubble and crap. It's only the face. And so the trick in masonry is you cut the stone back at an angle, so only the edges kind of touch each other in the first place. So it's not that hard to get them to fit. And then if you kind of smooth them with others, harder stones and round them a little bit, they give you the impression. If you actually go look at them, they're not. You can put a credit card between them. Okay, they're not like people are claiming that there's some special fit. They're just fit together. And I actually one of the last
too, right? Like when we build a house, we put trim. We just put trim over it, so it looks like everything's perfect.
Well, one of the last stonemasons one of the true stonemasons who's dead now that I worked with when I was a teenager, if you watch them, the way the stones are fit together, they're like artists. He would go to the stack and pick out a stone that would fit in that spot, right? So yeah, they look like they're fit together in a certain way or some kind of magical way. But they started on the ground. They started there, and they worked their way up. It wasn't like there was a hole left over, and they slid a stone in there. You build the wall from the ground up.
Tony, you're not embracing UAPs. The whole concept is to embrace the ancient aliens part of those ruins.
What
trying to disprove them?
Wow, this is my question. Why would sophisticated aliens build things with stone? Okay, it's so dumb.
Yeah.
Okay, I have an answer for that.
They don't even have a use for houses.
The same reason I build with stainless steel, because it will last a long time.
The other analogy I use is that every time I have a pile of gravel or gravel brawl, I say, hey, dump it right there, right? What shape does it take on when it jumps out of the truck? A pyramid shape. Every pile of gravel that comes out of the back of a dump truck looks like a pyramid. So what's so special when we make piles of rocks? If you just take rocks and throw them in a pile, they make a pointy pile. So the idea that a pyramid is some special shape or magical shape is silly. It's just the way humans think.
That even circles back to the evolution of the human body and the concept of consciousness being local, and the conservation of energy. Thinking. Yeah, like when you literally pour sand into a pile, it conserves energy to make a certain height. It makes a certain shape. And that's based off of the gravitational aspects of the planet, as well as you could say, resistance to sliding, so friction of the molecules.
Right, so sand would spread out more and have a steeper angle. Rubble, chert rock, which has sharp edges, would bind together better, so it might have a steeper angle. It might be more like 60 degrees, where sand might be like 30. Yep. But it's nature,
And so theoretically, if there were an advanced species on another planet and they were to build pyramids, and that planet had a different gravitational field, maybe let's just say 5 Gs or 0.2 Gs. It would probably build pyramids that are slightly different than the one that comes on Earth.
What happened to Wagdi? He knows who built the pyramids. He's from Egypt.
I mean, one of the theories that I've heard is it's simply that they had a lot of time on their hands, kind of like the philosophers. They got really, really deep and figured out a lot of interesting ways of using the brain, because they had all day, every single day to do this. Even and I like this idea, because even the people like the archaeologists and paleoanthropologists that try to theorize about these ideas, they're still only spending at most 8 hours a day theorizing about this, which they're not. They're not spending all of their career days theorizing. They're pulling from evidence and using inference to try to infer what's going on. I mean, maybe we could figure it out if we really put our time to it, but we don't have a whole team of slaves and a whole group of people that's going to be willing to do something like that. Or other theories say that many of these people weren't slaves. They're actually
because these days slavery is bad. Okay.
No, they were.
Yeah,
I mean, they were. There might have been some slaves, but most of them were stonemasons.
That's what I was going to say.
You had a hard time thinking they were all slaves. To me, it seems like a collective effort.
It's like with modern, modern crews were evolved from ancient crews, right? We have, when I was 20 years old, I was a layout guy and a sawman, and we had another guy who was a nail driver, and we had another guy who was a laborer. He went to get stuff out of the stack. So it's the same with ancient, pyramid builders. They had different roles.
That even strengthens the argument. Yeah, that even strengthens the argument then, because then you have a whole team of artisans that are working together to try to figure this thing out. to best
Yeah.
and with the great religious motivation of preserving their god king, the pharaoh. That's like the biggest motivator that we've seen in the human condition is this spiritual belief systems, I guess, other than like eating and reproducing and that whole
My screen
impetus behind
sharing.
it.
Yes,
Look at this guy.
I had to do that. I did that once. I built a 2x4
He's taking a
frame
little
around a
pebble.
giant lion
And look-
statue because I had to rotate it.
This is how he's raising this over like 40-ton. He's just doing it with jack and that, just a jack system. He puts the weight on one end, puts shims under one end, and he goes back and puts the weight on the other end. So
It's like the guy who
yeah.
built Coral Castle. He
Yeah.
basically did it with A-frames.
by himself. Okay, so I'm if I sound a little frustrated with these people who think aliens built the pyramid, I'm sorry.
It sounds like you don't want aliens to be a thing. You don't want.
I don't think
UFOs
they
and
have.
UFOs.
I don't think there was ever a reason for them to build the pyramids. I think it was just exactly what Patrick said. They built the
You're trying to
pyramids
disprove them by
to
saying you
honor
don't
the-
believe they did anything.
Huh?
You're trying to disprove them from existing because you don't believe they helped out or had any sort of hand in anything.
You think
that
I'm trying to disprove
happened.
aliens?
Yes.
No, I don't. I'm saying they don't. I'm
Or at
saying
least
aliens
disprove
have
the
no
role-
use for pyramids.
So you're
Disprove the
disproving
role
their
of the
role
pyramids.
in pyramids.
Yeah.
Pretty lame project.
Yeah.
Like it's
Yeah.
a really lackluster project for them to take that on.
Yeah, I mean,
I think
what
is the argument.
use? Why
Well-
would they even spend their effort? I think aliens are too logical. What would be
Well,
the logic behind them wasting their time building a pyramid?
Also, figure the concept of pyramid isn't necessarily just an Egyptian thing, because remember the Mayans and what's the Aztecs
Yeah.
also built pyramids.
Well, again, that was
Also
my
to honor their
analogy
god.
of piling up stone. That's why I brought that up. Is because there's nothing magical about the shape of a pyramid. It's
How
a
big can
natural.
we pile up some stone, and how
Yeah.
nice can we make it look?
And we
Yeah,
wanted
make the
to-
elaborate.
It could be that
structure.
dumb and that easy.
I mean, in service of the God King, that's a really strong motivation for a society to work together on a common goal. Have that all together aligning, like literally the metaphors of aligning society together with the pyramid.
Good old
We see that in the
Quetzalcoatl.
Mayan.
And it would
pyramid.
take them 100 years? How many years? I forgot how many years it would take to build the Great Pyramid. Right? It wasn't like they were built overnight. Would aliens really take that long to build?
They might.
I think they said 30 years.
They set up whole
Let's
little
see.
villages at the foot of pyramids. There was a little town where the stonemasons lived, and worked. They lived there and they worked there every day. It was a whole society. It was a whole culture. Where do you think the whole Mason thing came from? Real human
Well, we do it today
stonemasons.
too.
I guess I take it as a slight. I take it as some modern humans think that humans can't build things, which we can. We've built great things, right? It's
Well,
kind of an
modern
insult.
humans are very caught up in AI and know how to have no hands-on physical experience in building things.
It's kind of
man.
it's kind of an
They've
insult
never
to
welded.
contractors.
They've never screwed together 2x4s. They've never.
Whoa! I'm gonna have to tell you, I screwed together 2x4.
No, the group here on this channel are very hands-on people. But when you're talking about a lot of the other people, at least in Tampa, ask them if they've ever built their own table. Their answer is no. They've never built a table, right? And what do you really require for a table? 4 legs and a flat plane.
Okay, the problem is location. Okay, now if you ask rural Florida say, well, I haven't built a table, but I have had to repair one using parts from my old tractor trailer.
I'm talking about Tampa, Florida. Okay, let's be more specific.
Sounds more like Orlando.
Yeah, your average person in Tampa has no clue how to build a table.
Well, so we have the same motivations and societal paradigms that have resulted in cathedrals being made today. What's the one? I think it's in Germany. It's this incredibly elaborate structure that's taken it spanned multiple generations, is what I mean. Like we planned these endeavors in honor of, well, obviously the cathedral is used to honor God, but it's also a really cool engineering feat. Like this came about, 300 years ago? I need to look it up, but it's a building that is based on like the like minimal structure integrity, but also is incredibly elaborate. It like really depends a lot on arches and the strength of arches in ways that was very innovative at the time. Tony, you might know what I'm talking about. I just got to pull it up. It was built in sections over the years, and it still is missing a whole top right section. But
do you have a link or something to it?
No, I have to pull it up. It's something I learned about a while back, but yeah,
sounds
it's a really,
interesting.
really beautiful project.
But yeah, that was kind of my point about the pyramids, is that sometimes you're talking about generations of masons with, you'd have a father teaching a son, and the father would die, and then the son would continue on to.
Well, you're going to talk about generational architecture, okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to throw something out there for you then, okay? Look at how Rome, or specifically the Vatican City, looks. That's generational architecture, because you see that the Vatican originally started out from the Roman Empire, and then the Roman Empire collapsed. There was the sacking of Rome. We have all the history there, but the architecture has changed over time. So you have a mixture of old architecture with new architecture, and it's gone on since.
If you look at the old Greek architecture, it's mainly columns and beams.
A lot of old Roman architecture is very similar to the Greek.
Well, when you moved into the more modern era, they started using arches and domes, and so it became more ornate. Is really over time, but still, it was built by humans.
But my point is, normally when they would go and sack Rome in history, or they would burn Rome, you don't hear a lot about them saying they burned the Vatican. It seems like they ignored the Vatican every time. Look in your history books. It's real.
Well,
weird.
The Vatican was also in control of some armies, right?
The Vatican's had its own army, but only since like the 1200s. And that's the Swiss Guard, technically.
So there's the 585-year construction, the St. Vitus Cathedral from 1344 to 1929. There's another one that took 630 years in Cologne Cathedral, and that's the one in Germany I was talking about. Is Cologne Cathedral.
Oh, yeah.
It is gorgeous too. Like, I watch a good YouTube video on it sometime. Like, there's a documentaries on it that show how it was like each section was built by these engineers over the years, and it had to be funded. Like, a lot of it was funded by the church, and a lot of it was also privately funded, I think. It established the city's importance to European Christianity, apparently.
That's partially why the Catholic Church set up the system of tithing that it set up, so that each parish or whatever would have to send money back to the Vatican or whatever to fund their construction projects.
Yeah, and I worry, like, as technology increases, or as like anti-theism and atheism and
we lost him.
Oh no, that was bizarre. Yeah.
Is he in the back?
No. He might. Maybe he'll come back in. It's like 11:03. We said we weren't going to go this long, but we did.
We did, yeah.
It's kind of fun.
But I'm enjoying it. So
I was going to say, yeah.
As long as okay. What were you saying before you were abruptly cut off wrongfully?
Okay, I worry that these examples of like social paradigms and cultural structures that keep society together like this, if those are actually being eaten away, as Nietzsche put it, like, since we've killed God with science or whatever, and now we're like scrambling. And maybe I should screen share this. Like, the article I'm looking at right here, it shows how modern architecture is much more minimalist, much more abstract and weird, not as creative, and not as long-term planning like we used to see, because the long-term planning was, a lot of it had to do with these religious motivations as well as cultural.
Well, the modern era.
So you're saying modern architecture or modern design is bland?
Well,
that's part of what I'm saying.
Modern,
but it's
modern
also society
architecture.
collapsing in general.
No,
is a
I think
problem.
people read too much into this. Okay, the modern era of architecture was mainly based around the time when steel and glass were first becoming popular because of the Industrial Revolution. Okay, if you go back and look at the modern era of architecture, that we started using these simple shapes of steel, and in glass you had these big. Look at the World Fair sites. If you want to talk, if you want to think about this in terms of architecture, then those got whittled down to more minimalist, structures. But the modern era is pretty much. I mean, people try to mimic it. I've even tried to mimic it in houses I've designed and built, but it's very difficult. So it was just an era. It wasn't an era. I love modern architecture, but it was just an era. It was.
Or I guess
It went,
postmodern.
I think
Huh?
it's practicality. We're
I guess I
in
meant
the-
postmodern architecture.
Sorry, go
That's
ahead.
the thing.
Patrick.
Like the really blocky stuff that you see with what's the term?
No, the modern architecture was very
Gentrification
simple, minimalism.
Yeah.
Very just you'd see flat roofs. Very skinny columns holding up flat roofs. Not. Tony, play this video of your life.
I would say that's I'd say that's a function of practicality as well as commerce, as well as cost, right? So you want the bang for your buck and the easiest.
Well,
way
it
to
was
put it.
like I was saying. I think you were going. What I was saying too is that a lot of architecture is affected by culture and timing. As far as we had this we didn't really build that much steel and glass, before the Industrial Revolution, right? And then you had in the 30s through the 50s, you had architects using sort of those new materials, which gave you this ability to have expanses of glass, in your architecture. And it's just a sort of an experiment based on the time. So I don't think you can necessarily connect. I think architecture is more connected to culture than it is philosophy or psychology. But that's just my own.
Yeah, maybe.
That's why Tony says he's a contractor, not an architect.
Well, no, I say I'm not an architect because I'm respecting the process of actually being an architect, which means you go to architecture school for at least 4 years, and you go through the process of being trained and an intern and eventually becoming licensed. So my company, the company that does the drawing business, is called atdrafting.com. I call it drafting because that's what it is. You got to be careful in our business, in the design build business. It's actually illegal to call yourself an architect unless you are a licensed architect. So you can get
That's
trouble
why I
for
go
that.
with design.
What's
I
that?
design stuff.
Yeah. Designer is a good term.
And then designers work with contractors and architects to make it happen.
Right. Yeah.
And then they need IT professionals.
Yeah. they do. Because I don't know half the stuff. Not even.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Does anyone else have one more topic of conversation they were trying to bring up, or what are we doing here? I'm open.
Did you ever say when your book was going to be complete? I'm not putting you on the spot or anything, Patrick, but I'm interested to read your book. Are you going to you have like a personal date, a goal date?
Volume 1 or something?
Yeah. Sorry?
Volume 1 release date or something?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to shoot for early 2024. I uploaded a rough draft to my website if anybody's interested in just perusing it, because I want to get the information out there. I don't really care so much that it is like perfect sounding or like will be approved by a legit publisher, but I want to have a legit copy out by early 2024.
Just do what I do, self-publish on Lulu.
I thought.
Yeah, that's probably what I'll do. But I also I would like to have at least one of these books published by an agency.
Go through Amazon.
That's expensive.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I often wonder why more people don't self-publish. I have a couple of things I've published that are they're just practical things. Like I have an annual calendar book and logbook that I publish each year. It's it's mainly a functional thing. It's where's the camera?
There we go.
Yeah, it doesn't want to see it. There you go.
Oh yeah, I think you showed me this.
What
Before,
it is each chapter will have like a historical picture that I. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me?
I'm not gonna say it, Tony. I'm not gonna say it.
Anyway,
Put it right
so,
underneath your chin. Right underneath your chin.
But I do those on Lulu.com.
Uh-huh.
And
I have I mean, I could screen share if you want. I have my website now.
I was gonna say, yeah, go ahead. Well, what's
and then I have
the URL of the website? I'll put it in the chat.
It's patrick-compton.com or patrick-compton.com. And I have the rough draft for Universal Embodiment, a rough draft for Thus Spake Jeshua. That's still very much in progress. I'm trying to do my version of kind of what Nietzsche did with the Thus Spake Zarathustra, where he wrote his own Bible, essentially. I'm trying to do one where it's Jesus comes back and meets up with Muhammad and Buddha, and then they all work together using their powers to restore the world to order in a way with this. And that's really
controversial.
Be careful with that one, because I don't know, you might have Hamas declaring war on you or something.
Yeah, I don't think.
Oh man, good thing I'm a privileged American.
or Hezbollah.
Yeah, well, good thing I sit atop my privileged American throne and I can get
right.
Speech. I mean, there's that. I did another one.
Shame on you for being an American and capitalist.
Was it? I have to ask, Patrick. You brought up Nietzsche several times tonight. Did Nietzsche also write a book called Time Atom, or have a theory of a concept of a time atom?
No, I think I know what you're talking about, though. Or maybe he did. Let's ask Google.
Yes. When in doubt, consult Google.
The fourth book in my series is called Time Atom. Yeah, the fourth book in my series is called Time Atom. And then someone was like, is that like Nietzsche's work? You don't know about Nietzsche? And I'm like, no, the book is called Time Atom. And I have no affiliation with Nietzsche. I've never once read his work.
Are the concepts similar? Or?
Extremely similar.
Yeah,
that's why I thought it was funny. Yeah.
It's hard. I mean, who was it? Who was the guy who managed the post office who said that everything that could be invented has been invented already? Remember that guy?
That was the USPTO, not the post office.
Back in was it the 20s or 30s?
Yeah, that was the USPTO though. That not the post office, like the United States Patent and Trademark Office.
Oh, the patent and trade. I thought he started out as a postmaster or something. But yeah,
he might have been.
I think you're right though, because that would make more sense to be involved.
Well, I've done that's this banner. That's my trademark expo, Lucius Labs, USPTO, and educating the public on trademarks and like patents.
And
then they realized they realized that not everything had been invented, and that more things will be invented.
It's kind of a defeatist attitude. I don't like it anyway, right?
Yeah, anything and everything that has been invented will be. That's not true. It's never true.
Look at how many mousetraps have been created and improved on.
No, because pizza
there's a lot of improvement.
Pizza was invented after that.
Yeah, but that's it's acceptable, right? I mean,
at least
improving on a mousetrap is acceptable, considered, right?
Well, there's improvement and there's original innovation, I guess, is the argument, and we don't see as much original innovation nowadays. We see a lot of technological improvement, or just technology doing its improvement thing, and we're using our human creativity to improve on old models. Now that may be changing thanks to AI and also new ways of approaching physics. Like people like Eric Weinstein give me a lot of hope. I don't know how much y'all follow him, but he thinks outside the box.
Meh.
Like he encourages people to look at different areas.
Eric Weinstein is an acquired taste. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah. His debating style leaves a lot to be desired, but he's very wise in his observations, in my opinion.
I keep
Yeah,
quiet on stuff.
I don't like the
And
way
like,
he debates. He's a little arrogant the way he debates some people. Like he's more harsh with non-scientists than like when he debated Mick West. I actually felt sorry for Mick West. It was the first time I ever felt sorry for him. So, and I thought it was inappropriate the way he kind of treated him, but I still like Eric. I've
that's where
actually
there's
tried to
some
get him on the show.
There's some people that really just want already existing physics to be the answer and then want to look for data. And then there's some people that want to look for new assets or aspects of physics and then look for new data. You know,
I don't think Eric thinks that physics is, solved or finished.
No, I think a hard time with new theories.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I bring Weinstein up is because he makes this idea about searching in new orchards. Like he says that physics has dried up, and we've been like string theory has gone as far as it can. Quantum theories and quantum gravity are going as far as they can. That's a good approach, but really we need to be expanding into whole new orchard. Like he says we've picked the fruit from many of the trees. Now we need to go to new orchards. One of those could be Mars. One of those could be like that. That's kind of forced the human race to really contend with new. Well, we talk about the solving in the problem space, like our problem solving minds. That problem space will be radically changed in that environment, and that may lead to new physics, like real new inventions, real new.
That's interesting. What you just said literally like brought up a brand new thought I've never thought of. Say we were to have evolved on Mars, would our models of physics be different?
Yeah, man. To be born on Mars,
I think data would just be different.
Model,
yeah. I mean, I don't see how, because it's supposed to have been based on observation. We still would be observing the same physics, right? Just because gravity is not as strong on Mars doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
What I'm saying is that space-time fundamentally could be different in different parts of the solar system, and we only truly have the local Earth perspective of it. But I'm not saying that's accurate. I'm just saying it's an interesting thought.
Well, I think that the fabric of space would have to be pretty consistent throughout this universe anyway.
Well, don't they? Haven't you heard the theory that space is a network of wormholes? Have you heard about that one? Tubes. No, space is a network of wormholes. Who said that? I was that guy from the.
Well, we haven't actually observed one yet, so you'd think if it was full of wormholes, we would actually have observed one by now.
A wormhole from outside our perception would look like a black hole.
Yeah,
we've seen black holes though.
Yeah, we've seen black holes.
Well, what we think are black holes.
We've seen gravitational microlensing effects, which are the evidence of black
holes. We've seen the shadows of black holes.
Yeah, no, I get it.
No one wants to see a black hole up close. Let's put it that way.
We see the Hawking radiation, and this is another tragedy of science, and why I respect it so much. Stephen Hawking died 3 months before they pieced together the very first legitimate image of a black hole, and it's a composite image. Yes, it's not technically a single image of a black hole, but it's taken from lots of different angles and using lots of different measures to display the event horizon and the Hawking radiation around the black hole. But he didn't get to see it. Like, he wrote his whole life about it, and then they found like pretty good evidence, like the strongest evidence we've had yet for that, like right after he died. But that's the progress of science. Like, that's why we keep pushing. Yeah.
That's where I think it's really cool that like theoretical physicists, like after they're dead, get proven to be correct. Like,
yeah, that's crazy. And then they get like solidified. Yeah, they go down in history for that. Yeah,
you know,
I don't think we live in a black hole, Daniel. But I know Alexei and his friend.
You know exactly what I was about to say. Yeah, yeah. So our mutual friend, Mr. Bradley Voorhees.
Voorhees. Yeah.
Yeah, him and I think we both think we live in a black hole or a layer of a black hole. He says we live on the surface of a black hole. I say we live within a layer of a black hole.
I kind of approach that the same way I do. Why would aliens build a pyramid? I don't see
Okay.
the use. I don't see the use of us. I don't see the purpose or use or
I looked
advantage
it up, and the guy I was talking about
us living on a
wormholes
surface.
was
Huh?
Carl Sagan.
Yeah.
Carl
That's
Sagan is one of the few people that, he originally talked about, you could say, the fourth or fifth dimension of space and time, which would be those outer dimensions or inner dimensions, and that's 100% where all my work and logic goes.
He was heavy into theory, not observation, though. Carl Sagan,
right.
He showed
I mean,
a tesseract. He was one of the first to like show how a tesseract works with a 3D model.
Oh, that's true. What about that?
Like
That's where Dan Winter's work now goes.
What's
What
that?
was that?
What?
When it comes to the packing of spheres of information within dimensional layers, like there's different shapes that pack together to create different realities based off of frequency and vibrations. I try to keep it really simple. I try to keep it perceivable universes for the human body. Hopefully that makes sense.
Rule,
Yeah, like if we can't ever perceive it, why should we focus on it? Maybe it's good to understand it, but when it comes to creating physical technologies, they have to be relatable to the already existing human body.
I think we have to. I think at some point, though, we don't have to trust what we observe, but we have to be able to we have to be able to use information from what we observe. And I brought this up to Brad, and I don't know, he kind of glazed over it, but if we can observe other black holes, I don't think we would. I mean, if we lived on the surface of one, first of all, that would change the physics of what we know about black holes, right?
Black hole's a word. So let's.
Right,
I hear
but
what you're
there's a
saying.
meaning.
I want to finish hearing what you're saying.
It
But black
means
hole's a word.
something. It's a word, but we have to assign definitions to words so that we can communicate to each other, right?
It's
we
a
can't
flow
just
of
say black hole's a
space-time that
word.
is
It
greater
has
than the speed of light.
attributes. Black holes have attributes that we assign to the word. Right?
I think the most important word or attribute, rather, that we give to a black hole is that it's a flow of space-time that is greater than the speed of light. When it comes to galactic black holes, what we see is the flow of space-time drifting inward to a denser vibration that is faster than the speed of light. But we can expand the definition to also be a flow of space-time existing outward at the speed of light, like somewhat like the cosmic microwave background.
But we've observed black holes.
But they also say a black hole also has a gravitational effect as well.
Yes, of course it does. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, light cannot escape from a black hole. That's why we can't see black holes. But the point I'm trying to make about whether we live in a black hole or not is because that would be a special black hole, because as based on modern physics, you couldn't exist in a black hole. You would be,
to me, it's very,
you would be a basic particle, maybe even just plasma or whatever, right?
I think what's a more accurate statement is our dimension cannot exist within a black hole. And the reason I say that is because we literally can't see beyond the speed of a flow of space-time outward, the smooth cosmic microwave background. We can't see beyond the flow of space-time inward, black holes.
We literally, as a matter of fact, it's a coincidence. I saw a video today of an amalgamation or whatever, a collection of shots from either the Hubble or the JWS of planets and whole galaxies revolving around, not evolving. I guess they are evolving. It's bad for them. Around a black hole, right? So we know that black hole has a certain mass. It couldn't things around it would not behave the same way as if it didn't have a certain amount of mass. You can't get a whole galaxy you can't get a whole galaxy to revolve around you unless you have a crap load of mass at the center.
Yes, but that's a function of time and the flow of space-time and the densification of a specific spot in space-time. Yeah. So, like, as the black hole evolves to become a black hole, that happened through time.
What do you mean? Well, it happens pretty quick, though, right? You have don't you have neutron stars or whatever that that implode or whatever?
Well, first the neutron star. What I mean by in time, the neutron star had to form. All that mass had to coalesce into a single point before these conditions existed. Before these conditions, that's literally matter drifting inward to a denser vibration until ultimately it hits it and it comes off as a shedding of a black hole. It's in my sixth book called The Physics of Love.
Isn't there, so like you can have mass,
black holes continue to
be dependent on the black hole. Like you can have a super small black hole, and yet it can be as massively attractive as a supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy. Is that how it works? I mean that.
Well, the density determines its gravitational effects, right? The density of the black hole affects
the density and the distance away from it.
Yeah. I mean, because
do we know that like density and mass play the same way in black holes as it does in the rest of the universe? Or if it doesn't, does that allow for Alexi's theory to have more room? Or I don't know. Does that support your theory, thinking of it that way?
I think of every single tiny point, every single Planck voxel within our dimension as the center of a black hole, being created by orbiting energies. I know. It's a big picture there.
How do we cancel them out then?
By creating the opposite rotation.
Right, the right-handedness or the handedness aspect of molecules. I mean,
when it comes to any wave or propagation, you just create the opposite and it cancels it. And so when it comes to perceiving a different dimension, that's why I've designed the interdimensional telescope that's based off of rotational aspects and stretching or crunching of space-time, based off of the fact that we live within a black hole, and every single little point in space-time is the center of a black hole. That goes back to Randall Carlson's recent interview with the Danny Jones Concrete podcast, where he shows the periodic table of elements, but being created from a plasmoid, where every single element is created by a different rotational aspect from the center of a Planck voxel. That's why I like to speak on the vortex of infinity. Creating our dimensional layer.
What we observe from black holes, though, we have this event horizon, right? Once you pass beyond that, you're kind of screwed if you're a piece of matter. Right.
From our dimensional layer, but that's the same as saying that sound doesn't exist beyond the Earth because we've only evolved to detect sound. So like the human body's evolution is only as far as the speed of light, transverse aspect of electromagnetic waves, not longitudinal. Like that's our perception. That's our most advanced source of information exchange. Because of that, we're only tuned to our dimensional layer. But there's outer dimensions. Okay. Inner dimensions, where every single point is existing within a vortex of infinity, and we're relating our perception to those infinitesimal points throughout all the different dimensional realms. I don't know if that was too much, or if you need a.
No, that's super deep. Do you mind if I ask
upon that? If you have a question, ask.
Well, I was going to ask, do you use the term voxels? Are you using the term voxels for the same reason that neuroscience does with the way it scans the brain? It can't get down to the Planck lengths, or it can't get down to the super tiny structures of the brain just yet. Instead, we organize everything we know about the brain into these, or at least from neuroscience, into these like blocks that the computers can scan and can analyze and rotate with the technology we have now. Based on your,
it's more related to our most advanced. It's more related to our most advanced theories of physics and relationships, and so it has nothing to do with our technologies we've created. It's more like the smallest unit of our creation is the Planck length, and so therefore the Planck voxel is the smallest thing we can consciously perceive, which would be the Planck length times x, y, and z. But that doesn't mean that there's not flows of space-time existing between different Planck lengths. And so when it comes to our ability to even perceive, like meaning from infinitely small to infinitely large, we interpret Planck lengths as our physical reality. So that's literally what creates the hydrogen atom. That's why I like Dan Winter. He speaks on this specifically, is Planck length times an integer number. And that's the rotations of energy that create the hydrogen atom. Expand those outward all the way to infinity, you eventually get the heartbeat of a human, the conscious snapshot of a human, the circadian rhythm of, you get every aspect of our creation, and that's literally Planck length times the golden ratio. Expanding outward from every point in our space-time, showing that we're somewhat living within this greatest black hole of infinity, and the only reason our universe looks like it's expanding is because we're drifting inwards towards the center, causing the gravitational pull to become more dramatic, and therefore our perceptions of one half past and one half future would be crunching and stretching even more.
But we've measured. We can observe stars going away from us in all directions.
Sorry.
Huh?
I just wanted to say sorry. I see both Patrick and
as far as the expansion goes, we can measure the stars going away from us in all directions, though.
That's our physical dimension, our perception of past.
We have to be. The thing is, we have to be able to depend on what we can measure. You know,
we talked about Mars earlier. Don't make me pull out Robert Zubrin and Mars. Okay, that would take us all night.
The point I'm trying to make is that we have to have a basis for science, right? We have to be able to measure things and to calculate them. We have to be able to have a database that we store data in. We can't, you know what I mean? We can't just say that. We can't just say we're sliding. You know what I mean? And I'm not trying to, you know. I love you, Alexei. I'm not trying to debunk your theories. I'm speaking from my own heart, trying to figure out why I understand. I'm trying to understand why I understand what I understand. Sort of my own ontology or whatever.
That's phenomenology right there. Yeah.
The cognitive dissonance we were speaking about at the very beginning. But like, so what? No, I mean, at the end of the day, it's actually really, really simple. Like, our perception of now is a combination of one half past and one half future, right? Einstein's theory of relativity shows us that as a waveform is coming towards us, it's compressed. As a waveform is going away from us, it's expanded. Therefore, our future is compressed, our past is expanded.
But because we see these physical effects of, you know, waveforms, it doesn't mean we have to extrapolate out to something. We can just have simple physics without there being any kind of, I don't want to say woo attached to it. We don't have to attach woo to waveforms, right?
I don't think there's woo attached with relativity, though, because satellites already need to be like adjusted for time dilations and Lorentz contractions because of their velocity around the Earth. Like if you didn't,
I know, but we can measure that. We can observe that. We can measure it. Yeah,
that's exactly the point. And so now we can make that same relationship. Yeah, and show like the creation.
But why can't we use the data that we observe about black holes then? We don't see universes on. We don't see universes on other black holes. We have never observed a black hole with a universe on the face of it.
Because we haven't used an interdimensional telescope. Which will literally like shift the space-time so that we're harmonizing with the energy existing within the black hole. With interdimensional technologies, you can actually see into black holes. You can see past the smooth cosmic background because you're distorting the space-time that's receiving the point of perception.
Because the further you go into a black hole, the more time dilates.
Exactly. The bigger the gravitational field gets. But if you were to create a field of energy that's going towards the black hole, now you're more like synchronized with the energy creating the black hole, and you can see a little bit further into it. Let me put it that way.
Time, you wouldn't experience time inside of a black hole.
Well, nobody's been in black. Nobody's ever documented being in a black hole.
Because the black hole curves space-time. The space-time exists outside of the black hole.
Plus, we don't know what's on the other end of the black hole, if there is anything.
But space-time is warped by gravity, right?
That's a limitation to human perception.
Oh no! See, this is what I'm talking about. We gotta have some
Imagine
rules
we
that we
never
can
even
follow.
had eyes that could experience the transverse aspect of EM. Like we would think sound would be the fastest source of information exchange. Would we ever hear past the edge of the Earth?
I do
edge
know
of
what.
the Earth would become the smooth cosmic microwave background.
Okay.
Solid structures would become black holes. Like it's a limitation to human perception, not necessarily reality.
To throw some humor in there, I saw the documentary on why you don't use a black hole to go from point A to point B. It's a bad idea.
Spaghettification?
No, the movie is called The Event Horizon.
Oh.
You saw that
I
documentary.
agree. That's
why I always got a kick out of.
That's
why I was going to kick out of how people thought of Hawking when he started talking about information was lost or whether it was lost or not. And I was thinking, it doesn't really matter whether it's lost or not. When it comes back out, it's going to be in a form that you don't recognize it in.
well,
yeah.
I call it a documentary. It's a movie. It's a science fiction movie. Basically,
no, it's a documentary.
They made a warp drive,
tonight.
which basically created a miniature black hole, and they used it. They compressed the black hole to go from point A to point B. But by doing so, they opened up a gate into an alternate reality that was basically hell.
Yeah, because they're using a denser vibration to travel through space-time. And when it comes to the natural drifting of spirit through all the different dimensional layers, you have the outer realms, which are more angelic. You have the denser realms, which are more demonic. And when you're using that type of black hole technology to travel through space-time, you will travel through the demonic realm.
What do you mean by dense vibration?
We live in a specific layer of a black hole. Like we have the easiest way to put this would be we have different conscious vibrations that are attuned to the space-time. So we've got delta waves all the way through fast gamma waves. The super subconscious mind of humanity ultimately creates the pacing motions of all of our lives. And if you're traveling through a denser vibration, that means you're actually working with the fast gamma or denser realms of the human experience.
So I asked, like, does this mean that evolution allowed for the brain to pick up on, like I've heard other theories, the brain evolved to take advantage of its various states, like the alpha, beta wave. That's kind of like going along with that line of thinking, I guess.
Yeah. So if you want to think about our entire universal system, potentially, I'm just saying allegedly, potentially, theoretically, based off all our work, we're drifting in and away from the greatest center of this vortex of infinity. And as we drift in towards the center of this greatest vortex, we gain denser harmonics of experience. As we drift away, we end up having less harmonics of experience because a being, any type of conscious being, wouldn't be tuned to a flow of space-time they've never existed within. So as our entire dimension flows in towards this greatest center, the universe looks like it's expanding. We're gaining higher harmonics of conscious experience.
Okay, I think I understand where you're coming from a little more now.
Yeah. So that actually relates the precessional cycle of Earth to the circadian. That's where it all comes down to that same vortex of infinity. Like as we go from delta to beta throughout our day, our precessional cycle of Earth also does Kali Yuga into Sati Yuga and back out. It's a drifting. It's an elliptical cycle around a greatest center.
Okay.
That injects conscious experiences into all the different bodies of the universal mind in order to have different awarenesses, essentially, and different functions within the greater structure of it all.
Okay, so it's kind of like idealist, or like an analytical idealist theory, kind of like what Kastrup gets out with the mind is, or one mind, and reality is minded in that way.
Yeah, but when
And
it comes to
Levin's
that
too.
I was going to say, when it comes to that documentary, Event Horizon, basically they travel to another star system. In order to do that, they travel into this denser vibration. When you think about the physics of a black hole, the energy is spiraling towards center. So like less dense is you could say younger or more benevolent. More dense has passed through more thought form processes. So like the denser versions of our creation have passed through all the various levels of conscious thought form. Super subconscious, maybe God mind of it all, subconscious of the human race, conscious mind of the human race, demonic, right? And so when you're traveling through the different densities of creation, you actually might be creating a spaceship that travels through hell in order to get to another physical place in our universe.
Okay, I lose track with the hell and the angelic metaphors and demonic metaphors, but that's
okay. Okay. Think nice pearly white. Think fire and brimstone. That's all you need to take away from both those two things.
That's the easy way to put it. Thank you, Night Strike.
Because you can use this as a guidance system for the human condition. Like what you're talking about, I think can be used almost as like a belief system. Again, caveat, the belief system, not religion, but like a construction for proper human behavior and better human conduct, I think, in this way.
Am I screen sharing?
Yes.
Yeah, did you finish this without my knowledge?
I can't remember how far we got. I was trying to
I don't think we got to this point. This looks great. I love this. Yeah.
I worked on it some, but then I was trying to transfer this animation to this 3D version of it. That's where I didn't get all this done. I got this part done. Where's the play button?
Yeah, so at midnight, we're at noon. You could say all the spheres are one side. As the vortex of infinity rotates, conscious experiences are manifested. So when you could think about our awareness, it's the purple sphere that's slowly going around this gyroscopic procession, but it's being controlled by spheres of the fifth dimension that are tidally locked within a great vortex.
And none of them intersect.
No, they're all overlapping within different distances. But the one thing that's not correct about this drawing, not saying drawing isn't amazing. We
never finished it.
Yeah, we kept it simple. All those spheres are slightly drifting inwards, and then a new set of spheres comes in from the outward.
Well, what happens is the vortex spirals down, right? Like this, doesn't this spiral down to this level or not?
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's what I didn't have that part yet.
That's why our theta in is different than our theta out. Like our theta in is from 2:30 a.m. to like 5:30 a.m., but our theta out is from like 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Yeah, I forgot I had this almost. Anyway, you made me think of.
There's a certain section in there where Night Strike cannot be contacted between this time and this time.
So that's probably your Deltaverse and your Theta and your.
All right, we got names for it now. I'm liking this.
Yeah, so like conscious perception of a human tuned to the natural flows of evolution that created our bodies follow that purple path, the purple sphere. But the purple sphere is controlled by the vortex of infinity. And that's our conscious awareness.
See, Tony, we're having great conversations about everything tonight.
I know. I was trying. I did this when I was trying to understand it. Yeah.
I think you did a good job,
sense, right? I mean, to a degree, hopefully.
I'm still trying to understand.
And the horse will never drink the water. Like, it makes sense a little bit.
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make
I'm not a horse, okay?
I know we're humans.
Yeah,
absorbing top forms.
Sorry, Tony, you're no Mr. Ed.
Huh. Well, I mean, I'm like most humans. We were brought up to think certain way, to believe certain things. So we were taught science in school, and so it's hard to change a lifetime of beliefs. I mean, my belief systems in science are more strict than religion. Like, I really want you to prove to me some kind of change in science, but I'm more flexible when it comes to religion.
Well, that's where what's so funny to me is that thought process we just went over, the vortex of infinity, the Tylock spheres, it seems to relate to something other people have mentioned. I've never actually looked into it. Vedic philosophies. Patrick, maybe you know. It seems like you might
Well,
know
this
more about that.
it sounds Indian. Indian. That's the Indian stuff. That's like
Yeah, it's a school of Buddhism, I think.
Jainism or
So
something. What am I
The
doing?
Vedic traditions are, I think it's a way to interpret Buddhism. Let me see. What is Vedic philosophy?
I think
GPT
it's-
says Vedic philosophy refers to the philosophical ideas of teachings found in ancient texts known as the Vedas, which are among the oldest sacred scriptures of Hinduism. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
Hinduism.
India. Yeah.
That's why I didn't know.
Well, Buddhism is an offshoot of Hinduism, isn't it?
Yeah,
so there's
Buddhism
some
came from the Siddhartha
Siddhartha.
Buddha, or Buddharama, who like traveled to the Shaolin monk, to the Shaolin. Bodhirama traveled to the Shaolin facilities. This is my understanding from taking Shaolin Kung Fu and all that stuff, and then basically was not accepted. He was not accepted into the Shaolin monastery. So he went into a cave and studied for 10 years, just like meditating in a cave. And then came up with all these different ways to introduce the Indian mythologies or teachings into the Shaolin temple. And so he created this thing called I Ching Ching, which is the way of the Muscle Tendon Change Classic. That's the way he basically transferred Indian mythology into a martial arts for the Buddhist in the most layman's way ever, without going into like 500 pages of text.
Yeah, man.
It's where you get the Shaolin temples, right? The Shaolin temples are basically an offshoot of that.
They're often an offset of Indian or India mythology.
The Tibetan
religion.
I mean, if you want to see how your theory, like Alexi, if you want to see how your theory will align with the Vedic traditions and ways of thinking, you can use ChatGPT for this as well. I use this for a lot of my own writing. I don't think it's cheating to do this. You can have it scan your document, or at least whatever section you're trying to talk about that you think is related to that, and then ask it, how could all of these, like, ask it to, you can have it prompted to act as the people that wrote these Vedas, or just ask it how it relates to all of the Vedic ways of thinking. And then that'll inspire you to go read the book. Like, you ask it for which books to recommend it to go explore that further, so that you don't just settle with its argument. Like, that'll direct you so you can kind of like promote.
Are you using ChatGPT 4?
Well, so I use Front.ai, which allows you to use ChatGPT 4 5 times a day for free. I just use 3.5 for everything, and then if it's not cutting it, then I take it to 4.
Do you have a browser? Don't you have to have a browser plugin for it to be able to scan documents now, or scan the internet, or?
No, I just copy paste.
Oh, you're copying and pasting it right into the okay.
Which I told you to do that, Tony, but you didn't listen to me.
There's a version you can get a Chrome extension that will allow 3.5 to scan the internet, or to use the internet for the
taking the easy way out.
I don't like it though, because it recaches the whole conversation every time on the screen. It used to, like, if you could have pages of conversation, and the plugin would reload the whole thing every time, even though GPT doesn't need it.
It doesn't save it. It doesn't save your conversations.
I think it may be different now, but try it sometime. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's almost like it's like the browser is caching the information and not GPT. That makes sense because that makes sense to me now that I think about it. Because if you're doing the conversation in the plugin in the browser, it's not actually it's having to feed that every time back to GPT in its own right on the server level. So it's got to do with it's a plugin, a browser plugin versus the that's where it's being cached or put in local memory, right? It's not being fed. GPT can't take user data and train itself. You can only use
what you give it permission. I think you can if you give it permission.
No, I mean you can't retrain GPT on the fly, right?
You can't retrain.
No, you can't you can give it local information and have it use that, but then it's gone once you finish that session. ChatGPT doesn't remember that for eternity, right?
Well, you can get it to review past conversations if you prompt it to.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. You have to do the conversation in GPT. You can't just do it in the browser. There's a plugin. What I'm trying to say, there's a plugin for Chrome. And if you're doing it in Chrome, that's one of the problems I ran into. You want to actually, I don't even use that Chrome that browser plugin anymore because it's annoying because of what we're talking about. Yeah,
I mean, I would use Forefront just simply for the preloaded personalities with Claude. Like it has Claude 2 built in where you can access. It has like DaVinci. I mean, they're pretty dang rudimentary at this point, but the DaVinci is pretty entertaining. You can talk to Elon Musk or talk to Steve Jobs, and based on like all the training data that they've seen from everything those guys have written. You can also talk to like a flower expert or like a gardening advisor, or they have a psychologist as well. And yeah, that's it.
Let's see. I meant to go to here and log in. These are the assistants. Like this is what I'm working on for my website. You can go in and edit them, and here is where you can upload the files. But when you upload the files to this assistant, it doesn't retrain. It doesn't retrain GPT. You can't do. You couldn't do that. You wouldn't have the computing power to do that on the fly. What it does is it references these files every time you reference information from those files. It references the files that you're uploading. It's not retraining it. I think that's
T-Car says you can build your own. Use the Plus platform in the comments.
You can't. Well, you can use a text. Like here's what I'm doing for my construction stuff. You can do it in a text file, right? This is rough so far, but I'm doing one for and you save it as a markdown file and then you upload it. And then what happens is when you reference that information, it references that file, but it's not relearning. You're not retraining GPT 3.5 or 4.0. It's just that's why this is here, so you can edit. You can create your own assistant that has your own information that it references when you're right. And here's the retrieval button. Enables you the assistant to with knowledge from files that you or users upload.
System automatically decides to retrieve content based on user requests. Yeah.
But the reason...
What's the Plus platform? What is T-Car saying in the comments here?
He's saying you
upload 500 pages.
You can build your own, but you have to... It's kind of complicated. You can't just... Again, you have to... There's people there's scientists who train models, right? So, anyway, I'm no expert.
Oh, yeah, that's what you mean. Yeah, prompt engineering is a whole field unto itself.
Prompt engineering is what we do, on the user level. But to retrain a model, you'd have to go back from the scratch to the very beginning and start over again.
Right.
Well, I mean, you still have your text.
Well, here's a question for all of y'all. Would you guys be down to create your own AI replica of yourself and then hold conversations with yourself? I want to do this eventually myself.
I thought it would be fun. I don't see any reason.
I don't want AI artisan Tony calling me for tech support.
Yeah.
Well,
now having it work for you, that's another question. If you could help,
if I had my good-looking bot girl call you. Okay.
No, because I still need to get paid.
My good-looking bot secretary.
No.
Hey, Mike.
I think what Night Strike said was hilarious. Yes, now I create an AI version of myself. It starts like hitting up Night Strike for help. No, we don't need that.
We don't need that.
Sorry.
Yeah. I think, I mean, Lex Friedman talks about it a lot, and the way he describes it seems pretty pragmatic. Like, you can get a lot of use with debating yourself and having this thing. Like, I mean, I have an autobiography, and I have all of my ideas fleshed out in detail already there for this model to train itself upon. I could have it thinking, like, while I'm at work doing something else, and have it thinking in ways that I'm already thinking, and then present me with new ideas when I get back from work. That might be useful.
Yeah.
Have you guys ever seen, maybe a little bit off topic, just kind of be just comical break, maybe. The 5th documentary would be Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
recently,
The Council of Ricks.
Yeah, the Council
I
of
saw an
Ricks.
episode where like the housewife had 2 versions of her, the space wife and her, and it was just, that's it.
Yeah,
Look it up. It's
one stayed and took care of the kids while the other one went into space directly. They don't
Pretty
know which
much.
one was the clone or which
Right.
one was the real one.
Exactly.
If either of one of them were the real one to begin with in the first place. Spoilers.
Right. What is it to be?
That'd be the 1,000 years in the future. Once our robotics catches up to our AI, and you get what I'm saying.
It's already pretty much. I mean, David Shapiro talks about this too a lot. You guys should, like, if you're interested in AI, I highly recommend checking out his channel or his books that he's written as well. But he uploads constantly on these ideas, and yeah, there's like 3 approaches he talks about. It could be distributed cognition, or it could be each individual robot has its own AI built into it, and that's probably a farther way off. Right now, we're almost at the ability, I think, to be able to use what Boston Dynamics has and have their behavior synced up to a cloud GPT or a cloud AI system.
I just want to know who to blame in case Skynet happens, okay?
Yeah, see, that seems like a direct path to Skynet. Yeah.
Well,
that's basically exactly how that was
funny
described.
you should mention this, but the fact is the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. military in general are looking at ways to implement Chat GPT or AI to the defense arsenal, and that's what made Skynet a bad thing.
What do you think Space Force does every day?
Hey, you do not talk about my Space Marines like that.
I mean,
they're
Tesla
not just
wants
hanging
to do,
out; they're
or-
doing something. Huh?
Hey, I want to be
I
a
mean,
space
Tesla's
kiddo.
doing
That's all I'm
the
saying.
robots. Yeah. Like, they're gonna have that here soon. I mean, Elon Musk wants to have his Tesla bots out in people's homes, and he talks a lot about how the differences and similarities between the cars versus the robots, and there's a lot of parallels.
Like how some of Elon Musk technology is trying to create a computer that you embed in your brain. Like that's not a great idea.
No, that's a long way off. I
He
mean,
just
people
wants
are probably
to
gonna
he
adopt
just wants
that
the
too.
SIM card in your brain. He didn't want the whole computer.
No,
there.
all he wants is more is a higher definition example of porn is what it is.
You won't even
so
have to use your eyes
just
anymore.
upload it directly to your brain instead of having to Google search it.
What's an
You don't even
interesting
have to
thought
see.
in relationship to that? It is basically, you know how like companies will sell your internet browsing history? Does that make sense? Like, companies sell your internet browsing history right now. They sell your identity
if you
to
let
other
them.
companies.
Yes.
So what they will sell is your thought processes.
Oh my god. Yeah, so if you make your own AI replica of yourself, you better keep that to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You better like keep that on your own hard drive, on your own program.
Don't let the LLM out of your sight.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I got out of the Elon Musk chip going into your brain, is like it's another way to gather information to sell for marketing purposes.
Yeah.
Do y'all really
the
think that
robot.
we can avoid this whole thing anyway? I mean, you're either going to be on board with it or you're going to be, that's where we're headed, right?
I'm going to say it like this, and I'm just going to be flat honest about it. We've gone, just as a society, we've gone so far down the rabbit hole. I don't think there's a way back. And it may just be, we may just be at the point where we just ride it through.
Here's the thing. When I was younger, I only dealt with cash, right? I had a wallet and I had a big, thick, bunch of money in there, right? Because I was working already.
You were a baller. We got it.
Yeah. Right. So when the whole thing of bank cards first came out, I was like, no, I'm never going to get a bank card. Never going to have one. That's communism. That's, whatever. And, that's government control, whatever. Well, I've been converted now. I don't have cash in my wallet anymore. It's going to be the same thing, right? I mean, eventually we will capitulate for convenience sake, right?
That translates back 100% to what we were talking about, the concept of free will or not, and the path of least resistance, right? Like it takes effort to overcome the path of least resistance, which would be ultimately getting your bank card, getting your whatever, getting whatever, you're paying this whatever, like doing whatever the social norm is.
Tony, you were against bank cards. How apprehensive were you towards credit cards then at that point in time?
Oh, I never used it. I still don't use credit cards. I've never used a credit
card. How much harder does it make to buy a house?
Well, okay, I have an American Express card. I have an American Express card, but I don't pay interest on it. I don't pay interest on my American Express card, so I don't have any kind of card that I pay interest on.
It's extremely hard to buy a house right now if you don't have the cash. If you don't have $300,000 or $400,000 to buy a house, and you've never had a credit card, it's extremely hard to buy a house. Right?
That's not true. I mean, I've never had a credit card. Like I said, as long as you buy a car, you're paying payments on a car. I remember the first house I bought. They took, this was 1987. Okay, they used like water bills, electric bill. If you had like a steady paying, if you had like a paycheck or you paid your, you know what I mean? They had forms for like first time home buyers. Like everybody is a first time home buyer, so they have first time home buyer programs. That's
I understand.
Back in the day. That may be different now, but I'm just saying back when I bought my first house.
No,
I understand. That was during the Cold War. Things were different then.
The Cold War was over. 89,
89, 90. The Cold War was starting to be over, but still.
I guess it was during the Cold War. It's funny.
I thought that never owing someone money meant like you were more responsible, but apparently owing someone money means you're more responsible. So like
that's weird how that works.
No, I was too. It wasn't really anything, but I was just too tight to pay the interest. I hated the idea of paying someone interest, and so I just dealt with cash until the bank card, the ATM card came along. Then I capitulated because obviously I was accessing my account. I wasn't paying interest on that. So, and
what you already had,
and it sort of became like a credit card because you were able to access your money on the fly.
A lot of people use it like that.
Yeah. So, but I've never actually had a card. That's one thing I love about American Express. You just pay monthly. And now, when contracting, what happens with American Express is sometimes the vendors we use will actually charge us the fee that they charge, that American Express charges them, the 2.5 or whatever it is, 3%.
3.5% plus 20 cents on top of it over a certain amount.
Yeah. So sometimes when I go to a lumber company, I'll use and they'll be like, "Oh, there's a 3%," but I'm still not paying interest on the monthly balance. So anyway, I don't know how I got off on that rant about American Express.
I'm gonna start sports gambling.
Yeah.
That's I have a friend who has been doing this for a while. You can get free money to bet with through
the reason let me just say this, Alexei. The reason I brought that up is because I try to teach like my kids and young people that you don't have. It's a myth that you have to get a credit card. A credit card is like it's like a gateway drug to debt. Yeah,
the path of least resistance.
I used to think that. Like I really did, and my mom is a realtor. I just met with this other company, and my mom's been telling me for a very long time get a credit card. Like,
Well, I mean,
I think
as
it
long
depends on
as
the person.
if yeah, it depends on the person. You're right. If they understand the importance of paying on time, really almost auto debiting the payment, right? Don't even think of trying to pay the payment on a credit card just manually every month. If you're going to get one, set it up so it's auto pay, to where you never are late, right? You're always on time. Otherwise, it becomes a hindrance to your credit. It can very easily create a problem for you if you don't pay your payments on time.
and it's not like I've never missed a bill or anything. I mean, I that's what I'm saying. I haven't missed a
Now,
bill.
I'm talking to young people right now. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying if you're going to get a credit card, you have to pay it on time. You know.
Yeah,
Well, that's what I'm saying.
because-
For all the young people, I've never missed a bill. I've never missed anything. I got rid of my credit card the second I could, and because of that, while I'm meeting with realtors right now, they're like, "Wait, you don't even own a credit card?" It's like, no, I don't. You know,
a lot of people are.
I have a
I
debit
think
card. Everything is paid off. I'm in positive in that sense.
I mean,
But that
if
puts
you
me in
want,
a worse position for buying a house because I
if you
don't
want
have
to get a credit card, start yourself a little business and get an American Express card where you're not paying interest on it every month.
But you get what I'm saying? It's a game. You literally have to play the game of the banks in order to buy a house. That's ultimately what I was saying.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Like, I think the concept of money in general doesn't come naturally to people. I have a hard time with it myself. I mean, I do well for what I do, but I've never had a credit card, and I'm afraid of them for, I guess, for the reasons that Tony's saying, like, and the path of least resistance. Like, I am very tempted by that. Because I could do a lot of good if I had access to a lot of money with it. Like, I could have
well, the problem is that money you have access to, you have to pay back. That's the issue.
Well,
yeah, a lot of people don't.
If you don't have the money you've charged on to that, well, that's a problem.
The problem
a lot
is
of people get into that problem.
Like, a lot of people don't have foresight, and you have, like, there's a statistic that represents this perfectly. 6 out of 10 Americans have less than $500 in their bank account. Another statistic: banks, what was it? Two major USA banks, Wells Fargo, and another one pulled, like, what was it, $2 billion in overdraft fees? Yeah, $2.2 billion in overdraft fees. I think this is like 2022. That's really gross. Like, that's despicable, isn't it? That banks set the system up, and also it is kind of the fault of the citizens, but also it kind of represents the fact that many people are just scrambling to get by in this world. They don't really have time to sit down, train their minds on how to make financial decisions. A lot of times you have to take classes for this stuff because, like, for me, this doesn't come naturally. I don't like I really do not enjoy thinking about finance. I want to be in the creative world. My mind and ADHD, like the way that ADHD works, if you don't have interest in a thing, it's very hard to learn and very hard to familiarize yourself with it.
I know.
I see a lot of that in this country.
I know.
I feel like we all are on the spectrum, right? I feel like I have a touch of ADHD myself.
When I was young,
I have a very hard time. What would be the symptom of having a hard time completing something? You love starting, not completing them.
When I was younger, they said I was diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, both of them, and I'm like, okay.
Everybody has it, I think. Like, we look at you ask this question in a crowd of people. Like, I watch videos where people do this, and they're like, "How many of you have trouble completing what you start and have problems with distraction? Please raise your hand." Okay, now this is the definition of ADHD. Guess what? Everybody has this. It's just
here's some Ritalin.
It's just some people are more honest about it than others. Well, back in the 80s and the 90s, they said, well, if you have ADD or ADHD, that means you have a chemical imbalance in your brain. That's what they used to say.
I just want to clarify this because I talk about this extensively on the channel. The chemical imbalance argument is bogus. That's ridiculous because we don't have a way to measure.
I know. I'm not saying it's true.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you hear anybody making that argument, though, like, I have a chemical imbalance. My psychiatrist said I have depression because of my chemical imbalance. That's bullcrap because you cannot measure neurochemistry without doing a spinal tap. And even then, that doesn't give you a proper representation of the patient's phenomenological experience. The doctor can't dictate what it is for this particular individual to have a fully functioning mind to the best of their ability, given their particular set of neurochemistry. That we're not there yet. I'm sorry. And there's no psychologist or psychiatrist that's going to tell you that. That's a really bad argument. Sorry, I get worked up about this because I hear that all the time. Like I hear the
I think
chemical
I think what
imbalance.
it comes down to is like the
Right.
industry standards that are prescribing certain medications for certain symptoms. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're measuring chemistry. They're making assumptions, basically, right?
Yeah, or whatever will sell. And we're
Yeah.
in a culture of avoidance and escapism currently. I don't know if you've noticed. We do this with video games.
No,
binge watching.
really, you don't say. Looks at the LGBT. Yeah, I can see that right now. Escapism on the umpteenth scale.
Come on now.
Yeah,
I don't get my channel in trouble.
We're not going to get you in trouble, but hopefully not here. But before I say anything,
I don't know
Bob,
how you made that
last thing
stretch from LGBT to chemical imbalance in the brain. I don't know.
With great justice.
I literally just had to write stuff down
But,
based off that last little.
You got to
rant.
be more
I hope you
objective
thought
than
was
that
amazing.
if you're going to
I'm
be
joking.
on the PiFi show.
What I want to say is, Patrick, the very first thing was love the passion.
oh, nice.
Like the second
Likewise.
thing on that list was ADHD. The second one, CDFD, society, and then pleasing the norm. So now people know what ADHD is, right? But what's CDFD? It's categorizing. Oh, never mind. I made it wrong. It's CFDD, categorizing functional disease disorders. So you literally walk around categorizing people into functional disease disorders based off of.
I talk about this like the diagnostic default. That's the exact term I use. That's the same thing. I just call it diagnostic default.
Somebody's going to do it.
Diagnostic terminology.
CFDD.
It's everywhere. And of course, again, path of least resistance. Whatever makes me more comfortable about my place in the world, I'm going to adapt and I'm going to absorb because I have super spongy brain and nobody told me otherwise. Nobody told me to watch out for the language that I absorb.
I got you.
Super
And
spongy
now let's
brain, I
say
like
you're a person of positional, like political power, right? Now that person's suffering from the CFDD or the what'd you call it?
The diagnostic default. We default to diagnostic terminology.
Default, right? So now you're a political person in power. You're suffering from diagnostical default or CFDD. What's to say what's normal, what's not, right? Who's suffering from ADHD? I think that's a whole bunch of nonsense as well. I think
much
that
can be questioned, it needs to be questioned.
Yeah, it can be questioned. I agree with that. Yeah.
But we don't teach that either. That's what I'm trying to do with my channel as well, is make people aware of these things. Because it wasn't until I started questioning my own diagnoses that they started to dissolve. Like I was very beholden to the idea that I had a speech disorder or that I have an auditory processing disorder that will forever limit my ability to speak. And then I took the classes that showed me there was another way to think about this. And now I'm speaking as I am now. I spent a whole year mumbling. Like I literally spent a whole year mumbling in my early 20s because of the way I thought about myself. This diagnostic default.
And that's a huge problem because you have the social norm, which is typically following orders or something of that nature. Going back to Hitler. But no, I'm just kidding. You have the I'm sorry.
No,
you
that's
have
the
that
steal, man.
social norm being projected onto every individual, and they're supposed to conform. But everybody has their own DNA vibration after millions of years of evolution, and we've all branched off, like we were talking about earlier, based off the medical advances that have allowed us to branch off in the directions we have. And who's to say one is better than the other? You know, I don't think. Yeah.
What was the other thing on your list? There was
passion,
pleasing the norm.
I thought I saw COPD on there.
Wait, what was it again?
I thought I saw that too.
Yeah, okay. Pleasing the norm. That also reminds me of the concept from Camus. He talks about the appeal to, living by appeal. And he's one of the first people I think that really touched on this in depth. He's not very well known for it, but yeah, Albert Camus, he wrote about this idea of living to please others and living in the service of others in a way that's self-destructive, as opposed to a way that's beneficial, like as you see in Eastern philosophy.
Exactly. Pleasing the norm should, so this is my opinion, obviously, but pleasing the norm should relate more to your connection with the gods, right? Versus like pleasing the norm as what you think is the acceptable norm. Hopefully that makes sense to people. I don't know.
Yeah. And the acceptable norm is something that's amorphous, but pleasing the God is more of a solidified ideal in the person's mind or in a group that's described it in a certain way. So the appeal to each is kind of different.
It is. And that a lot of that currently and modernly is based off of religions and people that have never been able to have that ego death that we were talking about earlier in this conversation. To
Don't
truly
start ragging on
understand what
religion
it is.
again.
We've circled it back 4 hours at this point because that was
well,
the first point of conversation.
we haven't gotten into my brand of religion yet because nobody said anything about the Inquisition.
People talk about religion as if every person in every denomination believes exactly what the denomination
that's the thing.
espouses. They don't. It's like when I went to church, I sat and listened. It didn't mean I believed or I agreed with everything that was said. I was an individual, and I think I grew up healthy, questioning everything.
I mean, I said I'm Catholic. I believe in most of the stuff Catholicism believes in. But do you think that I take every word the Pope says like it's the gospel? No, because he's just a man who's appointed to be the leader of the religion. He's not appointed by God. They say he is, but is he really? No, he's put in place by cardinals.
And hermeneutics.
Yeah,
it sounds awful, but and that's the point. Do you believe everything you're told? No.
Yeah, I mean, if you do, you're a fundamentalist, and there's like I was raised as a fundamentalist,
or I'd say you're a Democrat, but
you're borderline radical. I think. Yeah,
it's splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah, I mean, there's danger in fundamentalist beliefs, and there's also like I've wrestled with this for years, especially since I changed the way I thought around 18. I mean, the idea and the appeal of fundamentalism that's like if you're deeply concerned about preserving your afterlife and preserving life in some form of paradise, it would make sense that we would choose to take things as literally and as strictly as possible and try our best not to deviate ever. Because I mean, what is this life like? The way that it was described to me by parents and my own religion was like, that's the most important thing. This life is temporary, but a flash in the pan. Your real priority is that afterlife. And that makes, when you think about it statistically, like this is a sliver of time versus infinite eternity. Like that's huge. And so like, that can make someone very, very like paranoid though, I feel. And so you have the alternative, which is like cherry picking is a hard way to put it. You can also talk about it like borrowing the useful parts of each of the religions that you find. And then but then when you do that, we get into the problem of compromising the afterlife. And that's as far as I've kind of taken that idea.
Yeah.
I have to admit, as a parent, I was a little weird about religion. I didn't want my children to fear death. So I wanted them to think that there was an afterlife that they could count on, right? But I also didn't teach them all of the weird things about any particular denomination. So that was sort of I was sort of a heretic.
You weren't a good Southern Baptist.
I know I wasn't a good Southern Baptist, and
you got to instill the fear of God into them if they don't do the right thing.
But you know what happened? My kids grew up very healthy-minded kids. They loved everybody. They treat everybody with respect, and I don't know. I felt like I wasn't genuinely a good parent sometimes, but they're also not fundamentalists, Patrick, like you were saying.
Yeah.
My grandparents on both sides and my mom and dad are highly religious. I'm more of a CEO as far as being a Catholic is concerned. If you don't know what that means, Christmas and Easter only.
Right on. Yeah, I think it's better to not have religion.
I just want to say, wanting your kids to be happy and healthy doesn't make you a bad person.
No.
I know, but
just a bad Southern Baptist.
It was cherry picking, like Patrick was talking about. I know that wasn't exactly what you were talking about, but it reminded me of that how to cherry pick certain aspects of religion versus science versus. I sort of you sort of became this manipulative person that said that was, hey, yeah, you don't have to fear death because there's an afterlife, but it may not be exactly what this church or that church says, or whatever.
The Bible says even.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like you're required to make sense of this very absurd world. Like we can't prove religion and we can't prove science. I mean, science, we get strong evidence of things that leads us to infer accurately, hopefully. But at the end of the day, we are kind of like forced to borrow from belief systems of some kind because we are a believing organism. Like it is in our organic predisposition as a biological organism to need something. Pascal talked about this, like the God-shaped hole. It's more like a belief-shaped hole, I guess, and that may require a supernatural entity or a supernatural explanation of some kind for us to stay stable as a species and at the individual level.
It's weird. I was just thinking
that might be Alexi's thing.
I was just thinking about how I treated each of my kids differently with regarding religion, because Alex is he was gifted. He was in Mensa at 4 years old, right? So I was worried about his worldview. Barrett was a little more moldable, so I wasn't, and this is bad. I know. I'm just sitting here thinking, what a bad parent. I had this image of each of my children and how each of them could be molded as people and how to do it, right?
You didn't let them go on their own path.
I knew Barrett. I knew Barrett I could send him to Sunday school and he would be fine. But if I sent Alex to Sunday school, he might rebel against religion. So I used a different teaching method with him on how to be a good human.
That's why I don't think it's evil to tell your kids the things that you told them. I never had kids of my own, but I was an after-school martial arts instructor for several years and worked with over 120, 150 kids, right? So, like, they looked up to me as Master Lucius. That was literally my name in the academy. And, like, they would ask me all kinds of questions. And I just told them the best I could, the thing that would make them the happiest. But ultimately, I told them the thing that would make them the most confident in order to pursue their dreams. I want them to have confidence in order to pursue their dreams within their lifetime. That's where I was at with it.
Yeah, that's what you're kind of expected to do as a parent or as a teacher of youth. It's not really molding people's minds. Guiding. It's just doing your best to work with what you got and guide their.
Well, I was trying to go through my thought process at the time. It was a bit of a therapy session, I mean, me talking about it is a bit of a therapy session because I'm kind of admitting that maybe that's what I was trying to do at the time. But I think you do have to understand that your children are different, or they can be different from one another. They're not the same. Me and my brother were totally different, And
Alexia,
we were both raised by the same parents,
Earlier, I was saying T-Car made a comment over there about the split brain syndrome, the yin and yang of everyone. I said that was more of your department than mine.
Mm-hmm.
I missed that. I'm in full screen mode, so I can't really see what's going on.
Right. Because I'm watching the comments out there because we've been tagged a couple times during our conversations.
Right on. Thank you for.
I'm watching the comments. I got them up in the studio.
Yeah.
Version of StreamYard.
Yeah, but I got 3 screens. You've got 1.
Blah blah blah.
T-Car's been all over this tonight, and I appreciate that.
I know. I like it. I like the communication,
the interaction
in the chat. Yeah, the interaction. It's fun.
Artisan, what's the longest podcast you've done to date?
What's that?
What's the longest show you've done so far? This is number 85. What's the longest you've gone?
Oh, didn't we? We went 3 hours with Bernardo, didn't we? I think this is the longest. I think this is the longest one.
Dude, we keep every time we do a podcast, we're always like, I can't talk for too long, guys, and it's like
I know.
4 hours.
It got better when I got here.
I
did.
never want to. I never want to ask people to stay long, even though I enjoy it. I don't want to be imposing on people. But
No,
we've
no,
gone.
I didn't want to.
Great.
I didn't want to instigate like a closure. I was more just demonstrating the length of it. So like people, this is the longest one to date, maybe potentially.
What is this thing where somebody said they thought Louis Elizondo had died? Isn't that funny how these rumors get started on the internet? It's kind of funny.
Well, it's like
He's not dead.
If someone doesn't like a celebrity, they'll go and post a thing on the internet saying they died just to get a lot of traction and a lot of attention to that specific celebrity.
I do need help getting certain people on the show though, because I'm not really looked at as an intellectual. So some of these people I think are ignoring me when I request their, because they think I'm just some country hit carpenter, which I am. But I need somebody that can help me, and I'll even pay them if they'll help me get some guests on the show that are, And if you go to the website, you can see the most wanted list. I need to add more people to that list.
Now, is that a function of the cognitive dissonance thing that we were talking about at the very beginning, or
maybe. What do you mean? Trying to get quality guests on the show is just what do you mean? That went over my head.
No, well, in case of the ego, you defining yourself through your perception of yourself.
You have to be totally self-aware, okay? You of yourself. You guys are obviously smart guys, right? You're going to be viewed differently. I don't think there's anything wrong with understanding the society you live in and how they view people. Okay. The hierarchy. Okay. I know I work for some of the wealthiest people in Tennessee. Okay. I know how they view me. I know how I view my guys who work for me. I know how the owner looks at contractors. I know how my suppliers look at me. There's nothing wrong with being aware. Okay.
I get what you're saying.
So you're saying they see you as the best redneck contractor in Tennessee.
That has nothing. And when I invite Sabina Hossenfelder to come on the show, she's like, "Who the heck is this guy?" I'm not Lex Friedman, or whatever. You got to understand, and I accept that, and I actually celebrate that. But I don't know how.
She's really busy. Like Sabina, in particular.
I know she is. I know she is
super dedicated,
and it's not a criticism of her. I love her. I
don't think
I would marry her. I asked her to come to Tennessee and live with me in my tiny shack. But
I think you have to finish the cabin first for that one.
I know, yeah.
Because the plans for that cabin are much nicer.
But I'm not just talking about Sabina. I've asked, a lot of people, and they just not to come live with me, to come be on the show.
I know how my friends from middle school perceive these conversations. You know what I'm saying? I know how my friends from high school perceive them. I know how my friends from college will perceive them. I know how my friends from business will perceive them. But now let's talk about the percentage of humanity that's like 8-point-something billion people on the planet. If even 3 or 5% of them perceive them in a positive light, that's something to like be.
No, don't get me wrong. I'm not concerned about how I'm perceived. I think if I were to acknowledge it and get help getting people on the show, it would be smart to do. It would be like hiring a publicist.
Just always ask ChatGPT anytime you have a question about anything. Just turn to the ChatGPT god. Like, that's not a point. I call it the ChatGPT god all the time.
Okay, we're gonna do it, dude. You brought it up.
How can I get some bean on my?
I'll be right back. Let's do it though.
How can I convince this extremely stringent science professor? Yeah, I mean, you could do like labels on topics and things. That might help, but other than that, I don't know.
I can't see my keyboard either. I'm just guessing here. What do we call it? A talk show?
People I find interesting. Oh boy, familiarize yourself.
Yeah.
I feel like this is just an instruction list of
Be
things
patient.
things you need to do in
So
order to get her on here.
Research her work. Okay, we got that. Contact her professionally. I did that. Explain your show clearly. I don't know if I did that or not. I gave her the links to the website, and I told her that I'd had, Kurt John Mungle and Bernardo Castro, all those people on. Emphasize the value, show respect, be flexible, provide assurance, offer compensation. Oh my God!
There you go.
Now we're talking.
That's the problem.
I like
Be
how I put that
patient.
at 8 on the list.
I was going to say, I knew there was going to be some catch to this, but oh, look what it says.
Yeah.
Literally, remember that Sabina Hassenfelder is a busy scientist, so it's essential to be respectful of her time and commitments.
Yeah, I mean, I watched a thing where Sabina was being interviewed on her work process, and yeah, it is very in depth. So I think she is very busy as well. I think she has to be very particular.
Oh, I know. I'm just trying to I'm having fun with it. And it's not just her. I'm honestly asking if anybody's interested in helping. I will pay them to do it. That's what I'm saying. That's really all I'm saying. I'm not trying to make a big deal about Sabina. The problem, if I want to get more guests on the show, I gotta do something and be serious about it. So.
Yeah, having themes, having like a mission statement really helps on your channel, and having like for your podcast, having the discussion topics, I think is really good.
I think mine's pretty simple. If you go to the website, it's just, I literally love talking. I know that's not a mission statement, but I just love talking with people who are interesting. That's why I named the show People I Find Interesting. Now, most people are going to see that's not a serious or a, not very meaningful, but anyway, I just want to throw that out there so that the one of this is actually funny. I'm trying to make it funny. I'm trying to make it. I don't know if I can show. Let's see.
You didn't put my picture up there, did you?
Mm-mm.
Okay, good.
I'm not going to pay $100 to get you on the show.
Yeah, I had ChatGPT write a bunch of emails to send out to people I was going to have on my podcast actually a while back. That's why I thought of that.
That's great. Have ChatGPT do it.
Where's the?
I mean, yeah, for writing emails, that's the best thing the ChatGPT is good for, in my opinion.
I accomplished this one. Tim Burchett's already been on the show. Where is she? Here she is.
Oh, nice.
For information leading to the successful apprehension of this guest appearance on the PiFi show, send hot tips to the PiFi. I even have a form on the. See, I'll show.
That's great.
I even have a form where you can fill out hot tips and ask questions. If I can find it. Here we go. Show menu. Right here. You can put the name, the question, or guest suggestions right here. So, and just fill that out.
Are you trying to do a screen share?
I'm not doing a screen share.
No, you're not.
No.
Oh man, what in the world? I hate that.
Please wait. We're experiencing technical difficulties.
That's your position, Night Strike.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm here.
I have a place where people can submit questions for guests and also guest suggestions here.
Nice.
So, and then
does YouTube offer something like that too? I know they have polls and surveys that you can do on YouTube now.
Yeah, basically you would insert a poll
show
in the live stream, but you'd have to do it from the live stream page.
Here's all the
right.
Can you tag the individuals in the poll or no?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
You can come up with your own polls, but you only have like 4 or 5 options, I think.
They might change that in the future. So I'd watch for that because they're always changing things on YouTube.
Yeah, not for the best.
Yeah, they got
I'm
rid of
not
the dislike
sure.
button. Talking about nerfing the edges on reality.
No, nerving the edges. Since you mentioned that, okay, this is gonna be short. Okay, have you gotten the ads warning yet from using ad blockers?
Oh yeah, they fixed the blockers now.
Yeah,
Probably with AI.
instead of making people actually watch the ads, it only pushed the ad blockers to get better at doing what they do. So it had the opposite effect YouTube wanted. It's like YouTube wanted people to watch the ads to pay for some of the BS they've got, and it went in the opposite direction of people paying them or watching the ads, and the ad blockers got better instead. That's or people left and went to Rumble.
All right.
It's like, don't tell people what to do. People don't like being told what to do.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, you guys, you gotta support people. Watch their ads. That's how they make.
Right.
A little money.
Right, because when I had ads turned on all my videos, yeah, they weren't yellow whatsoever and hardly being able to be advertised.
You got to do the kind where it's like just in the middle of your video, just start advertising for your sponsor. That's super nice. I'm joking. Don't do that.
Well, people do that at the beginning and the end of their videos. So why not do it in the middle? You're right. That's revolutionary. Why didn't we think of that? And he's like, oh, shit me now.
Okay, well, I'm getting sleepy.
But,
Y'all have anything really good to talk
Obviously,
about?
I'm joking. I'm being
getting sleepy.
I'm getting sleepy too.
I gotta eat.
I still gotta take a shower, go to bed, man.
Yeah, it's past your bedtime.
It's past my bedtime.
I gotta stay up for another 3 hours because I'm on a
Why do you gotta stay up?
I'm working this upholstery job at a Lazy Boy, and it's second shift, and I work till like 2:30 a.m. now. But it's better than morning.
What now? You don't go to work till then?
Yeah, I work like 4:30 to 2:30, or around 5 to 2:30 most nights.
Oh man, well, I wish you'd told me I wouldn't have kept you up so late because you could have got.
Oh no, that's night shift. I'm on night shift now, so this is totally cool. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for coming, Patrick. I know we didn't have as much trouble getting you on the show lately as Dave, which I appreciate. But
heck yeah, man!
I appreciate
a great conversation.
Awesome. Yeah, and you too, Not Strike, even though you're just a normal guy.
Yeah, I'm a normal guy who has a normal YouTube channel. Don't look at it. Don't go to nightstrike.com.
Yeah, don't go to patrick-compton.com or YouTube/@polymathpark.com. Definitely.
Or YouTube.com/@nightstrike.
Yeah, that's
it. It's patrick-compton.com, right?
Yeah.
Patrick-Compton. And it's LuciusLabs.com. LuciusLabs.com.
Or don't go to GunTube.
If you want to build,
you can't buy a dog there. There's no dogs on LuciusLabs.com.
No. Maybe cat pictures.
Oh wait, I should have said there are dogs there. People would have gone. They're cute dogs at LuciusLabs.com.
Well, if we get him to post a few pictures of the cats, he might be able to get more traction.
They're literally right outside the door. They're both meowing right outside the door. But no, like everything from you know what? If you can dream it, we can make it a reality. Anything from a physical product to an art show to a music event, that's what I do. If you have it in your mind and you need help making it happen, that's what I do.
Right. You got to help me get Sabina Hassenfelder on the show.
I don't think Alexi can do that.
I can do it.
I bet he can. He could before I could.
No, she's ignored all my
messages
on X or whatever at this point.
What's funny is that she's actually responded to some of the comments I've made on Twitter or whatever, and she's liked comments, but that's as far as it goes. We're We're not.
She's
The
being
relationship
polite.
won't go any further.
She's being polite. That's what it is.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I'm not ignorant. I know what it is, man. I know how it is. Thanks, T Car, and
You need to lay that Tennessee charm on thicker.
I tried. She's not into Tennesseans, apparently.
That's
Redneck
rough.
Tennesseans.
That's rough.
I'm used to it. I'm used to my record with women isn't that great. 2-0 right now.
It's more than I've got.
There we go. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Be sure to go and buy a mug for
Mine's dirty. Mine's dirty downstairs.
I'm terrible. I'm
this
terrible
morning.
at marketing. I'm terrible at marketing. Y'all, don't you have a
Mine's
mug?
already broken.
Didn't I send you a
I've
mug?
had it.
The only mug I've got is the one I paid for from Artisan Construction.
Well,
I've got the
Patrick.
Artisan UFO mug.
You said you were going to send me one of those. I never got one.
yeah, Lucius, you were going to send him one.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm not in charge of your mug distribution.
Yeah, that's why.
No amount of money could pay you to do that, right?
I don't do that.
I do. I got to do it. Patrick, will you send me your new address so I can
Get yourself a
okay.
Lucius Life t-shirt.
so I can mail you a mug?
Oh yeah, I'll send you my address. Yeah.
That's a cool skateboard shirt. It's like a skateboard shirt, right?
It's 100% a skater shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a skater shirt.
People have said it's like more of like a motocross type of thing. I just thought it was cool looking.
It looks like something Tony Hawk would wear.
Well, it's got the logo, L Square.
Oh, there it is, right there. Yeah.
Yeah, and like, what's funny is all my work like ends up resembling like, the vortex of creation, all that kind of stuff. And like, I've been at events where like groups of rabbis have come up to me and been like, "You're literally wearing the symbol of Ha, like all over your body." It's
You
a
should have
sign
said,
of
did you
like,
say Ra or Ha?
Ha.
Like
It-
Ra,
it
like
means God.
Egyptian?
It means God in Judaism.
Making an
Hebrews.
Egyptian joke.
Writing.
Well, no. Well, there's a couple
I was
words that
making
need that in Hebrew.
Thanks, guys. I'm out of here. I'm going to close this out and play the ending theme again. I'm not good at
Much love,
I'm not good at ending shows either.
Now
Thanks,
I get yelled
Patrick.
at by Tony off air.
Thanks, Night Strike. Thanks, Alexa.
Nice try. Good seeing you, man.
Yep.
Patrick, same as well, obviously.
Yeah, like.
What you are about to see is a real life story. The accounts have gone into great detail to give each